How are you feeling? How long have you been here?
3 months, May 17th.
And what brought you?
That's difficult to answer.
Eventually resulted in your being here in the hospital.
That's difficult to answer.
is the end. There's a noise inside my head of crying people facing death. Is this the end? Is this the end? I'm burning in the there's no place to hide. I'm burning in the this is the final time. What have we done to the world? What have we done to the world? I'm burning in the there's no place to hide. I'm burning in the this is the final
All right, everyone. We are live a little bit early today because there's already been a bunch of stuff going on in Minneapolis today. BG on the Scene has literally just recorded what looks to be a local meeting where people were giving remarks against ICE. He literally just finished the live stream. I think it was about half an hour long. And so I do want to go back and watch this meeting and watch some of the remarks that people were giving in Minneapolis about ICE. I am sure that BG will be massive walkouts and protests this afternoon in Minneapolis. This is remarks against ICE operations at MSP during the public comment section of the Metro. I'm not exactly sure, the Metropolitan Airports Commission. So I'm not exactly sure what this is, but it definitely had leftist activists speaking out against ICE. And so I did want to make sure we watch that. One of the things I do appreciate about BG on the Scene, and I appreciate many things, he does some of the best on the ground coverage that you can find in the game, is that he not only goes and does the protest stuff and the sexy stuff, BG also records the boring shit like this, because the thing is, it's the boring places where all the stuff actually happens. We've talked about this extensively over the years on my channel. It's like sometimes we feel the leftists are trying to literally bore us into not covering their stuff anymore. And so those are the things that we really have to watch and pay attention to, is the boring stuff, because the boring stuff is where they tell you every single thing they're doing, but they do it in the most boring way possible so as to dissuade people who are just casually observing from even interacting with it. So I love that BG on the Scene goes and records this stuff. Oh, isn't that nice? IRT is leaving Minnesota tomorrow because he thinks things have calmed down. IRT is a massive retard. IRT is a massive retard. Like, I cannot emphasize it. Like, what the fuck has IRT even been doing if he thinks that things have calmed down in Minnesota? I swear to God, conservatives are so fucking predictable in that the left will like go quiet for a single day to go do some behind the scenes organizing. Yesterday, and I know this because I follow all their social media, yesterday a whole bunch of leftist organizations in Minneapolis held a whole bunch of planning and organizing meetings that I'm sure that IRT wasn't even paying attention to because he doesn't even know these groups exist. He doesn't understand any of this stuff, whatever. But because they weren't out protesting on a Monday and things were really quiet, conservatives are like, you know what? I guess the left has gotten tired and it's over. We won. They lost. Like the left takes one day off of protesting to go and do organizing to prepare for the walkout that they're doing today. And then the big one is on Friday. The big thing isn't even today, although there is going to be a protest coming up in a couple hours in Minneapolis. It's like there's going to be some stuff happening today and we're going to cover it all live, but like the big thing's on Friday, you fucking retard. Like the big thing that's going to happen is on Friday, and then Saturday is going to pop off again. And I say that with the caveat of unless there is a massive snowstorm. If there's a massive snowstorm, all bets are off. You can't do shit in the snow. It's just the way it goes. But like, okay, IRT, okay, take your toys and go home, bro. That's fine. That's fine. Let's see. So someone who knows more about the Twin Cities than I do. Metropolitan Airport Twin Cities, a big section of their economy is affected by them. Cool. So then this is probably a pretty good meeting for us to watch then. It's probably a pretty good meeting for us to watch. Well, I have been sharing the clips on Twitter and I'm working on getting all the clips up on Substack and YouTube. And sometimes you guys need to be patient because you just literally showed up here and haven't contributed anything yet. And sometimes it takes time to do things. All right. So I will let you know when I am ready to share them. They're already on half of them are already on the Decode the Left YouTube page. They're also on my Twitter. There's a Substack article in the midst of being written right now. But they will get up when I put them up, and they will be up before Friday, which is what they're about. Thank you. So this is not the only thing we have to share. This is not the only thing we have to watch. There are ongoing anti-ICE protests. I'm pretty sure this stuff is actually live. I know it's on Hook Global, so maybe it happened a little earlier, but there are actively student walkouts happening around the country. So if this is actually from today, and we're going to figure that out before we watch this, I think this is from today. We're going to watch that. We have the police officers in Minneapolis holding a press conference to talk about the police officer's perception of what is going on in the city. And I'm actually kind of interested to listen to that. Also, students held a press conference earlier today. And so we are going to listen to what the students have to say, which of course is what the teachers are telling them to say. And there is also something weird going on at the University of Minnesota. I'm not exactly sure what's going on there yet, but they're also making statements about ICE. So there's already a lot of stuff for us to cover, guys. There's already a lot of stuff to cover. Now, the official kind of like protest, I believe, is scheduled to start at 4 p.m. Today in Minneapolis. I posted a thing about it on my Twitter. That is 5 p.m. Eastern time. So that should be coming up. So we haven't even gotten to like the official protest yet. I'm not exactly sure how the walkouts today have gone. I keep trying to find news about it, but there's almost no one on the ground there. Like BG, I was so excited. The reason I went live is I was so excited to see BG on the scene was out actually doing stuff, because I'm sure that BG on the scene is going to go actually cover the protest. So I know we will have something to watch. So that's cool. Mercado Media is also scheduled to go live. Status Quo News is scheduled to go live. So we're going to have some protest coverage probably really coming up in a couple hours from now. But that's why I wanted to go live a little bit early, is because I do actually want to watch these things. And I want to just take some time to like do the boring stuff and get it out of the way. And we'll be doing protest coverage today as long as there is stuff to cover. We will be covering that today. So guys, as you're filing in, please make sure you mount the like button for me. Mounting the like button does let YouTube know to recommend my content to more people. Now, I did mention I am working on a Substack article right now regarding the spy stream we did on Sunday. If you didn't go to the spy stream we did on Sunday, which was about anti-ICE organizing, and we infiltrated an anti-ICE organizing meeting, I have released kind of a preliminary clip of that, of what I thought was the most outlandish section of the presentation. And it was all of this trans non-binary teacher in Minneapolis who teaches special ed, by the way. And this person was talking about how the anti-ICE protests are just about creating a socialist world. That's really all they're about. But there were a bunch of other outlandish clips too. I've been working on clipping the entire presentation. There are a ton of clips. I have been uploading them, just so you guys know. I don't, new people may not realize this, but I will show you this. There is actually a Decode the Left YouTube channel. It is youtube.com/@ decode the left. I will put the link in the description, or in the chat. There you go. Make sure you are subscribed to the Decode the Left YouTube channel. And I don't have this yet on Rumble. I'm working on it, but I'll put it on. I know you guys hate YouTube, but it is what it is. It's just like this is basically an archive channel. This is an archive channel that we're trying to get our clips on, and we're slowly but surely making progress. But one of the things I'm doing is I'm going to try to make playlists on this specific channel every time we do a call like this. So there is actually a playlist right now. There are a whole fuck ton of playlists that we need to do some organization on this, but that's okay. There is going to be a specific playlist for this call that there's already a bunch of clips added to. This is not all the clips yet. This is just like half of them. So that does exist. Those are being uploaded to the Decode the Left YouTube channel. So make sure you're subscribed over there. Again, this channel is going to be, it's like an archive channel. It's an archive of clips. It's an archive sometimes of full presentations I found that I just want to make sure I have a recording of. It is a place where we can put things that it's kind of like a safe house for them, and then you can go subscribe to that channel if you want to find those clips. I don't always want to put that stuff on my main YouTube channel because, to be really blunt, when I put this stuff on my main YouTube channel, no one clicks on it, and it completely fucks up the algorithm. So I'm going to say that again, because people are always asking me for clips on this channel. Karlyn, why don't you post more clips? Why don't you post more clips? Why don't you post more clips? The fact of the matter is, I've been posting clips for years and years and years, but the clips from the stuff that I post are traditionally some of the lowest clicked on and lowest viewed videos on this channel. And so when I'm posting a lot of clips on my main YouTube channel, that fucks up the algorithm for everything, because even though people say they want clips from my stuff, they don't actually click on them when the clips are uploaded to the YouTube channel. So that fucks up everything else for the YouTube channel. So I've kind of just decided I'm going to post some clips here, like the really audacious stuff, like the really juicy stuff. But like, I cannot post clips on this channel it's fucking up the algorithm, because the people who say they want clips aren't actually clicking on the clips when they get served. So if I had this other YouTube channel that literally the only purpose of this is just an archive for clips and other things, then that is going to kind of mitigate that problem while still making the information accessible to the people who actually want it. You're welcome. So go subscribe to that YouTube channel. Again, that is Decode the Left over on YouTube. And I will really appreciate it. And you can always just find clips there. I will be uploading stuff there. I know Reagan uploads stuff there. So there's a whole bunch of random shit on there. You can kind of dig through some of the archives. And this is something that's going to be built out over the course of the year. We did some building out of it last year, but there's a ton more shit we need to upload to this. And it's just another one of those ongoing projects with the channel where I'm trying to make this information as accessible as possible, but hang on, we've already got a loser over on Rumble. Holy shit, it's too early for this, man. It is way too fucking early for this. Who the fuck are you? Go away. My god. Anyway, guys, if you want to support the work I'm doing, of course, I am 100% funded by people like you. And the stream that we're going to do today is only possible because you guys allow me to do it. So I want to remind everyone, if you want to show your appreciation, there are some great ways to do it. One of the ways you can do it is by becoming a subscriber on my Substack. That is Karlyn, KARLYN.substack.com. Substack is my personal preferred way that people make sure they're donating to my work, because it allows me to have a predictable income so that I can, know that I'm not going to be destitute and out on the street and that sort of stuff, as if I continue to dedicate all of my time and energy to doing this. So making sure you're on the Substack really does help me out because it provides that just steady stream of income. Now, another way you can help is, of course, by sending in super chats to the YouTube channel, which I do greatly appreciate and value. And those are awesome. They're just a little unpredictable sometimes. And so you can also do Cash App or Venmo. The information is down there. And of course, our new favorite way for you to support the channel is by buying channel memberships for other people on the channel, because there are certain added benefits that you get to being a supporter on my channel or on my Substack or other platforms. But you can buy channel memberships on YouTube or Rumble during these live streams. And what that's going to do is that's going to allow new people to get access to Spy Stream. Spy Stream is pretty much one of the very few supporter exclusive things that I do, because it's when I take my supporters inside live leftist organizing calls and we watch them as though we are a fly on the wall. So this clip and the stuff that I'm uploading to the Decode the Left YouTube channel right now, this was recorded as part of Spy Stream. This is when we go inside their calls, we listen to them, we record them when they don't know we're recording them. And then if they say crazy things or things that give us information and intelligence, we put that out on the internet for everyone to see. I would love if many people could come and join us live for Spy Stream. And one of the things that's been so awesome about the last several weeks is so many people have been donating those YouTube channel memberships and those Rumble channel memberships that make that all possible. Just like old sub Sailor here. Guys, when you donate memberships to the channel, you get W's in the chat. W's for old sub Sailor. We appreciate you starting us off strong today. Cynthia in with the W. Cynthia, 5 gifted channel memberships from each of them. Guys, that's already 10 new members of the channel that can come and join us for Spy Stream. And we do have several Spy Streams coming up this week. Let me just tell you when they are, because I do have it written down. We actually have 3 Spy Streams lined up for this week, and 2 of them are literally back to back. 2 of them are on top of each other. They are back to back. So we're going to be doing, actually tomorrow evening, we're going to be doing 2 Spy Streams in the same call. We're going to infiltrate the first call, and then we're going to stay there for about an hour, and then we're going to infiltrate another call right on back of it. So there are 2 organizing calls tomorrow that we're going to watch. Fun fact, there's actually a 3rd organizing call tomorrow that's taking place at the same time as the second organizing call, but we can't be in 2 places at once. Sadly, we cannot be in 2 places at once, and so we have to choose one, and I've selected the one that I think is going to be the most valuable. And then on Thursday, we have another organizing call. So that is 3 Spy Streams this week that we are going to be going into live. Wolf in with the 5 gifted channel memberships. W's in the chat for Wolf. That is another 5 people that are going to be able to come and join us for Spy Stream live on tomorrow and on Thursday, and that's awesome. And guess what? There are already Spy Streams scheduled over the next couple weeks, guys. We're going to be heavy Spy Streams. There's a lot of organizing calls coming up. I will tell you tomorrow. Guys, listen, I cannot give out information about Spy Stream ahead of time. You want to know why? Because then people will figure out what I'm streaming. So when I say it's tomorrow evening, what I mean is I will tell you prior to tomorrow evening when and where it is. And so you're just going to have to sit tight on that, and you're going to have to be comfortable with not having that information, because my ability to infiltrate these calls is more important than your guys' comfort. Thank you, Donnie Girl. 5 gifted channel memberships. W's in the chat for Donnie Girl, starting off super strong today. This is awesome. You love to see it. I really do appreciate it, guys. Awesome. What else was I going to say before we dig into our meeting? I don't remember. So what we're going to do is we're just going to dig into it, guys. We got a little bit of boring content to watch, or not boring content, but non-protest content to watch. Of course, we will be keeping an eye on what's going on the ground live when the live streamers start showing up to film things and stuff like that. I will, of course, put that coverage above my head so we can see what is going on live. But we do need to eat our vegetables and listen to these meetings. So for people who just joined us, we are starting off our protest coverage today by watching remarks that BG on the Scene recorded earlier. This is apparently in some major commission in the Twin Cities where they are taking comments about ICE. We are going to watch that. We also have this conference that the police officers in Minneapolis held to talk about the situation. I want to make sure we're watching that. We also have this little press conference that the students in Minneapolis held talking about their feelings about ICE, which will, of course, tell us exactly and precisely what the teachers are teaching the students in Minneapolis. That's really, guys, I want to make very clear. I really want to put this out there. We do not make fun of children on this channel. And by children, I mean anyone that's 18 or under. Or quite frankly, I'm not actually comfortable of making fun of anyone that's like college age either, because when you're young and stupid, you're young and stupid. And I think that kids are in a position where they've been forced into a school system that has indoctrinated them into a cult since they were very, very young. They don't know any differently. They are victims of this cult. I feel very strongly about this. Students are the victim of this. They are not the perpetrators. They are the victim of the cult. And quite frankly, it's their parents who put them in public school that got them indoctrinated into the cult in the first place, because they never did shit about it. So as a general rule on this channel, we do not make fun of children. We do not do this stupid owning the lib bullshit of trying to dox these people and embarrassing them on the internet. They are children and they are victims of a larger societal problem. Okay, so that is the rule. That is the rule. But we are still going to watch the kids give their little anti-ICE speeches because, again, the reason we watch this is because this tells us what the students are learning in school. Because they're not picking up all these ideas on their own. They're being taught these ideas by the teachers and by their parents. I just got an interesting text message. Nothing you guys need to worry about just this second. So that's what we're going to be doing, guys. And of course, we are going to be pulling up anti-ICE coverage as well. And we're going to be seeing what's going on. But I want to start off with this this meeting from BG on the scene. He live streamed this just literally like less than an hour ago. And so this is what we're going to be starting off with first. And if everyone could mount the like button, I would really appreciate it. If everyone could make sure they are subscribed to the channel, I would appreciate that. I just want to make sure everyone's behaving themselves over on Rumble. Yeah, you guys look like you're good. All right, guys, let's get this party started and let's see what happened at this here meeting earlier.
You will support the Constitution of the United States, the laws of the state of Minnesota, and the ordinances of the Metropolitan Airports Commission. Do you further affirm that you will faithfully, justly, and impartially discharge your duties as a law enforcement officer in providing assistance?
I'll hide my shoulder if I feel like it, Mizakan, okay?
To the best of your ability, so help you God.
Mizakan is such a horn dog. Like, it's a damn good thing that Mizakan is invaluable, and I mean fucking invaluable to this community. It's like it's the weirdest fucking thing in the world, because this guy, guys, if you don't follow Mizakan on Twitter, you have to. You have to. He literally reads all of the leftist books, and he has created such a valuable archive, and it's something I'm working on getting on the website. He has created such a valuable archive for us in terms of what all these leftist books say. He goes through, he highlights shit, he draws it back and makes it relevant to what's going on in the world. He does absolutely brilliant analysis, but he is a massive, massive, massive horn dog at the same time. But you know what? We allow it because when there is brilliance there, we allow him to be horny at the same time. It's just, you know what? It's, you know, he gets to, well, to be fair, yeah, I mean, honestly, to be fair, you have had to read all their sexual shit, so I can kind of understand why weird things are manifesting.
And do we have a photographer?
I just got it.
Oh, okay.
It's got the from over there.
Oh, okay.
If we want to do more, I can do more.
Would you like a group?
Sure,
Kind of.
Yeah.
Or are you good?
I can do, let's do it. Get the group with the chair.
Where do you want?
In the center. One, two, three.
We don't need to see a picture. Come on. We don't need to see a fucking picture. Come on. Oh, those new police officers or something? Come on,
We'll
Rico.
start with Samantha Diaz.
Okay, here we are.
I invite you to come to the podium, please state your name and who you're representing, if anyone.
Thank you, Chair Karlyn. My name is Samantha Diaz-Powell. I am the Deputy Chief of Staff at SEIU Local 26. We represent airport workers, and we are
SEIU. Isn't that funny? The very first person speaking is part of SEIU. I happen to know SEIU, for people who don't know, is the Service Workers, Service Employees International Union. And so the SEIU is always involved in leftist protesting, always, 100% of the time. And we happen to know, because we infiltrated a organizing call on Sunday, the SEIU was specifically mentioned in the organizing call we were in on Sunday as being one of the primary groups that are doing this anti-ICE protesting in Minneapolis. And so I'm going to reiterate this for people who haven't heard me say it before. If Congress does not hold hearings into the political organizing activities of the unions, we are completely fucked. And honestly, I think holding hearings into the political organizing activities of the unions is basically like the bare minimum that Congress needs to do. It's like if they can't do this little tiny step of actually doing some sort of fact-finding mission so that they can all get educated into how fucked the unions are, then there is no hope, because the unions are the backbone of leftist organizing. I promise you, they all of the unions, all of the major unions are completely controlled by the far left. And you might know people in unions, or you might be in a union yourself, and you go, that's not true. My best friend isn't a leftist and he's in the union. That doesn't fucking matter. It does not fucking matter if you're in a union and you're not a leftist. It doesn't matter if your best friend or your Uncle Steve or that person that you met down the hall that time. It doesn't fucking matter about your individual stories. The leadership of the unions are controlled by leftists. You want to know how I know that? Because they are always involved in leftist organizing. And I'm talking about all the fucking unions. The SEIU, the AFL-CIO, the UAW, the fucking teachers unions. I just posted a clip on my Twitter today of the head of the union of the fucking flight attendants in Minneapolis saying they stand with the anti-ICE protesters. The university professionals unions, like literally every single union is involved in this far left organizing bullshit. And the fact that there have not been political hearings into the organizing activities of the unions led by Republicans to actually get off their asses and do something for once is a goddamn travesty. It's a goddamn travesty. The fact that Republicans continue to kiss the asses of the unions as though the unions aren't completely fucking controlled by far left political actors is a shocking level of incompetence on the part of our political leaders that are supposed to actually know what's going on and do something about this. So for my money, one of the most important things that needs to happen, and it needs to happen, quite frankly, in 2026, or we are all completely effed, is there must be congressional hearings into the political organizing activities of the unions. Because right now, one of the things that the left is absolutely relying on is the protections that unions provide to employees to do their mass strikes. And as a reminder, Friday's quote-unquote mass strike isn't really a mass strike. It's a practice run. It's a one-day practice run. A bigger mass strike is going to be on May 1st, 2026, which is May Day, which is a Friday PS. That's going to be much larger. But the big mass strike that they're all working towards is in 2028, May 1st, 2028. It is over 2 years away. That is the big one. That is the one that is going to completely kill us. Perhaps literally, and I'm not joking about that. That is the one where literally all of the unions, all of the major unions right now in the country are organizing together to all go on strike nationally at the same time, May 1st, 2028. and they have set all of their contracts to expire on that day. They aligned their contract expiration on that day to facilitate a mass general strike. Now, what I know from being on the internet is people can't think beyond 2 days from now. And so when I talk about something that's going to happen 2 years from now, people are like, yeah, maybe, yeah. And they don't listen to a fuck thing I have to say. But the fact of the matter is all of the different mass strikes that we are going to be seeing on Friday, on May 1st, 2026, the Starbucks strike do you guys know Starbucks workers have been striking for months? Like the Starbucks strike, they're holding strike schools all over the country to teach people how to strike. We've got the DSA on video saying they're getting people jobs in non-unionized organizations like Amazon where they don't have unions, or Starbucks where they don't have unions, specifically with the goal of those people creating unions to set themselves up for the mass general strike in 2028. We're going to see a lot of practicing and preparation over the next 2 years. And I promise you, if Republicans don't get their asses in fucking gear and actually start paying attention to what the unions are doing and how integral they are as the backbone of this far left anti-ICE bullshit, then they are going to win massively, and it's not even going to be close. All right? So if anyone watching right now has any pull with any congressman, and I really do mean this, people need to be screaming at their congressman, you must have congressional hearings into the political organizing activities of the unions. Nothing less than that. Nothing less than that will provide any sort of exposure that's going to be required to fix this problem. But it's not sexy and it doesn't involve pedophiles, so I'm sure nothing will happen. Hey, thanks for the super chat. Do the unions support all of the left, including the radicals? The unions are controlled by the radicals. The unions are controlled by the radicals. I'm going to say that again. The unions are controlled by the radicals. Thanks for the super chat. I really do appreciate it.
The home of the organizing committee, 4,000.
Yo! Whoa! I didn't see this. Holy shit! I'm so sorry, racist tranny. I didn't even see your extremely generous gift. W's in the chat for racist tranny. 20 gifted channel memberships. Holy shit, bro! Holy shit! What an amazing gift to give the channel. I really, really do appreciate it. You know what? Look, sometimes you need to be shamed a little bit, huh? Sometimes I shame people and they come back and they give me money. Karlyn over there saying I don't contribute when I've been watching for years and I just recently got active. Okay. You're forgiven. Thank you, though. That's extremely generous, and I really, really do appreciate it. Awesome. What a way to start off the stream. What a way to start us off.
These workers power MSP every single day. So first, I do want to acknowledge your continued engagement at the MEC with workers and with rideshare drivers, and for moving to secure temporary bathroom facilities. Rideshare drivers in particular have expressed real appreciation for this. And we understand it took a lot of conversations to get there, and so that effort is certainly recognized. But at the same time, we need to speak honestly about the gravity of the moment that we are in. MSP does not feel like the same airport it did even a few weeks ago. Workers are showing up to their jobs carrying fear that they should never have to carry at work. That fear is widespread and it's growing. Our members have watched colleagues and people they know fail to return to work here at MSP. That has been deeply destabilizing, traumatic, and frightening for the workers here at this airport. It is important to remember that workers at MSP go through an exhaustive vetting process to be authorized to work here at this airport. They are screened, they are badged, and monitored precisely because this is a secure airport environment. Given that reality and given that exhaustive process that each worker has to endure, it is deeply troubling and quite frankly unclear why ICE agents and CBP in plain clothes have been detaining and effectively abducting workers here on airport property. We have heard directly from members who were detained also and placed on
IRT is
flights
watching the
from right
program.
here at MSP. The workers we are speaking about had authorization to be in this country. This is not abstract. These are human beings who serve our food, move our luggage, and keep this airport operating safely every day. No Minnesotan, no human being deserves this targeting. No worker, no human being should have to go to work wondering if they will be detained or swept up without due process, which is exactly what is happening. We need to recognize that public safety includes the worker safety, dignity, and the right to work when they're here without fear. Our ask is one that is moral and simple. Help ensure that MSP is a safe workplace for everyone, regardless of their immigration status, language, or background. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms.
Stunning and brave, stunning and brave, stunning and brave.
Gilligaber to the podium. My apologies if I mispronounced your name.
Thank you. And thank you, Samantha.
Oh, I love this the best. I love this the best. Hey, do you guys remember when the Republicans invited a socialist to keynote the first night of the RNC? Do you guys remember when the Republicans were so fucking stupid that they literally invited a fucking socialist to keynote the first night of the RNC? And Sean O'Brien got up there and was speaking socialist the entire speech. But because Republicans don't listen to the left, they had no idea what they were listening to. And because Republicans choose to make fun of people like me who listen to the left all the time rather than actually learning and taking advantage of the information, they had literally no idea that Sean O'Brien was feeding them leftist talking points from the stage of the goddamn RNC. I was screaming about this when it happened. I could not believe that the Republican leadership was so stupid as to make that colossal, boneheaded mistake. Do you want to know why Sean O'Brien didn't endorse the Democrats? Because he is a socialist. He has been endorsed by socialist organizations. Had even the most basic vetting been done on that situation, then perhaps Republicans wouldn't have brought in a socialist to keynote their fucking convention. And I'll tell you what, too. Do you know how I know Sean O'Brien is a socialist? Because the last time I saw Sean O'Brien, he was overtly supporting the Starbucks Workers United strike. The Starbucks Workers United strike is organized and executed by leftist like socialists who work at fucking Starbucks and brought unions into Starbucks to completely screw up the entire organization. They targeted Starbucks specifically for their activism to get people to unionize within Starbucks to use it as an organizing platform. So what do I think about Sean O'Brien of the Teamsters? He is a fucking socialist. All of the unions are socialists. They've always been socialists. They're all controlled by the socialists. Even your favorite union, even the union you're a part of and probably haven't been paying attention to the meetings for, they are all controlled by socialists. There is no what about that you can give me that I can't give you an example of how that union is being used for socialist organizing. That's what I think of that.
Me and my coworker, I'm here, I'm a citizen, and I'm very scared to be here. It's been so difficult for us to get up in the morning and to come to work.
It is so difficult for us to get up in the morning and go to work because we might be deported because we barely speak English.
It's very, very difficult. It's still very emotional for me to be standing right here. I'm here on behalf of my coworker who are staying home, hiding right now, and also who are abducted by ICE. I'm gonna say their name. Salamawit.
Well, sweetheart, you have to say it again because we can barely understand your English under your thick fucking Spanish accent. I am so afraid to go to work because I may be picked up and deported. Are you here illegally? If you're here illegally and you might be deported, quite frankly, I don't give a flying fuck if you're scared to go to work. Get the fuck out. Go back to your own country.
Johnny. Lawik. Tahina.
Now she's doing some sort of mumbo jumbo chant.
Josan. Lazik.
Is she saying Spanish names or something?
Tiha.
Mexican names? No habla español.
Natalie. Ibrahim. And Jorge.
Yeah.
Those are
Frankly,
few
my
names
dear,
that
I
I'm
don't
calling
give a damn.
today. Salamawi and Johnny were released after 4 and 5 days. Because they have documentation, they here legally. Salamawi is a mother of 3 children. When she was taken away,
Straight
her
up walkout
son, who is
above my head.
9-year-old, was crying. And they didn't even ask for her documentation, and she was taken away. And they left a phone number to call. When I called that phone number, and I told them that she's legally here and she has 3 children. And I was told, we don't care. If she have a family, call her family to come and pick up her children.
Good
If
idea.
not, the government will take care of her. And she was released after 5 days, and they took everything, all her documents. The only thing she has with her is a phone. Now what? She has no documentation, she has no paperwork. She can't come to work. She can't go anywhere. This is becoming very, very difficult. When I'm at work, I'm continuously looking over my shoulder. Are they gonna come to take me or to take one of my coworkers? And we know those coworkers of mine, all of us, most of us, work 2 jobs in the airport. Now, most of them are at home, fathers, husbands, wives, with no income. Thank you.
Cutting and brave. Cutting and brave. Cutting and brave.
I'm going to invite Jeff Paquette from Unite Here Local 17 to the podium.
United Local 17. Union. Again.
My name is Jeff Paquette. I'm the General Organizing Director of Unite Here Local 17. Chair, I want to start with saying that the messaging we get from the federal government that the people they are detaining and taking from our communities are all criminals, rapists, pedophiles, and that's keeping us safer, they're just simple lies. The people that Fabian just read off, they were workers in this airport. They're working people just trying to come to this country for a better life, and they've done everything the quote-unquote right way if they're working in the airport with their badge, behind security. A couple of days before Christmas, I talked to the brother who, he and his brother both worked at the airport. The brother that I talked to watched his brother, after they entered through security, get arrested and detained right in front of that bathroom, right down there. He stood there powerless, scared, and as I talked to him on the phone, he screamed out for his brother. Why did they take him? What is happening? We didn't do anything wrong. That's happening in this airport. We'll remember the violence and
The
cruelty
violence.
and the murder and the occupation that ICE is committing. We'll all remember that. We'll also remember the inaction of those that have a voice to do something about it. We'll remember Target as they let ICE stage on their parking lot,
Target.
March Brovino like a goon through the store, arrest 2 citizen employees at Target and say nothing, that inaction is unforgivable. So far, this commission is also inactive and doing nothing to prevent ICE from wreaking havoc and bringing terror to this airport. There are workers that have formed their own rapid response system to call each other when they notice
I'm
that
not
ICE
sure,
is
honestly, a
patrolling
little
the
bit.
area in which
Thank
they
you.
work. They call their friends to not come into work because ICE's heavy presence today in this airport. Chair Garland, I hope that you are able and capable of leading this commission.
He's probably a member of the transportation union, because we know that the transportation union in Minneapolis is organizing against ICE, and we know that because they were on the call on Sunday. So that would be my best guess.
To do something about ICE being in this airport, detaining workers who are doing nothing wrong other than being here from a different country and trying to provide for themselves and their families. That's your charge, and I urge the commission to act, to kick ICE out of the airport, to stop deportation flights, or we will remember you also as being inactive and allowing this to happen.
Do you know why? Do you know why the left gets away with everything that they're doing? Do you know why the left can literally say the quiet part out loud like all the time on videos, like all the time, and they still get away with it? Because when there are audio problems, right-wing ears just completely turn off and they just can't do it. And having an audio problem is just too much to deal with. And, you know, that's just, it's a step too far. And we can't possibly be expected to listen or take something seriously if the audio is not of ideal quality. That's what we're talking about here, guys. That is my struggle. That is my struggle. Thank you. Do we know who confronted the woke farmer? I don't even know who the woke farmer is. Don't even know what you're talking about. But thanks for the money. I appreciate it. I don't care. I don't care. Do I think that ICE is probably fucking a lot of things up? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Why do I think ICE is probably fucking a lot of things up? Because the Trump administration and everyone in it is like completely fucking incompetent. So do I have any doubt that ICE is fucking things up? I'm sure they're fucking things up that we don't even know about. But do I care? No. I care in the behavior of the left, and that is all that I care about. Guys, what we study on this channel is the behavior and the organizing of the left. That is what we care about. I don't actually fucking care what ICE is doing. I don't actually care if they're deporting American citizens or not. I don't care. I care about the behavior of the left, and that is it.
Nick Benson from Minnesota 5050 or 5501, excuse me.
5501, another union.
Minnesota 5051 said.
Oh, 5051, 5051, never mind.
For people,
5051 is one of the main organizers of today's walkout. They are one of the groups behind the No Kings protest. They work with Indivisible. I'm a BLE and I voted for Trump. You know, congrats. Thanks for the money. Appreciate it.
who are sitting in the back of the room here, you may be able to look out at signature and see the deportation flight that just arrived a couple of minutes ago. It's the white airplane over there parked in front of Target's hangar. If anyone would like to come up on the parking ramp and observe our shackled neighbors boarding that plane in a few minutes, you can follow me up there.
Okay, so what you're seeing right now is this guy is getting up and talking about a deportation flight that just arrived in Minneapolis. One of the things that the 5051 group is trying to do is it's trying to organize to stop deportation flights from coming in and out of Minneapolis. And one of the things they do is they actually try to organize protests at the airport to go and actually disrupt the flight. I know about it because they post about it on their social media like all the time. So that's what he's talking about. They're actively organizing at the airport where the deportation strikes are taking place in order to try to stop the deportation flights.
As I seem to be one of the only people who's been having a commitment to document when that's been happening. here. As you're keenly aware, ICE deportation flights continue to operate here out of MSP. So far this month, this January, we had Minnesota 5051 have counted 29 flights, including the one that just landed a few minutes ago, and estimate that they've been loaded with 1,863 shackled people right here, right out the window at Signature Aviation, and that's just this month. We've also been hearing about workers who've been taken by ICE right here from the airport. These people are not the worst of the worst. They are not illegal. In fact, they represent our very best. They are people who are working very hard, legally, doing things the right way.
Wait. It's not that they're working to stop flights now. They've always been trying to stop the flights. Literally for the last year. And listen, pretty eyes, it is not your fault you don't know this, but I'm going to use this to demonstrate something to you and hopefully to other people watching. The fact that you never knew that they were organizing to try to stop deportation flights is an absolute condemnation of whatever media you're consuming, and because the protesting of the deportation flights has been happening for a solid year. The left engaged in a massive protest with Avuelo Airlines. And it kind of seems as though they won, honestly, because Avuelo Airlines was one of the main airlines that the Trump administration was using for these deportation strikes. Well, as of last week, and we know this because they announced it on their organizing calls, Avuelo Airlines is no longer going to be working with ICE on these deportation flights. So the left was literally protesting Avuelo Airlines for a year. They were protesting these deportation flights for a fucking year. It was never reported in conservative media. No one ever gave a fuck about it. And so now the airline has finally succumbed to the year-long pressure campaign that the left has been doing and has canceled their contract with ICE. So again, it's not your fault you don't know this, because I'm sure you're listening to people that you think you can trust, but I really want you to understand that whoever you are listening to in the conservative ecosystem is not reporting the news. They are reporting a narrative. They are leaving a lot of shit out, probably because they haven't done their own due diligence and don't even know what's happening.
We brought these ICE flights to your attention in November, and despite getting a few words of concern from the commission, the official stance of the airport ever since has been to stick its head in the sand. The airport has been sticking with the same lines about not having advanced knowledge of these flights that operate here. Emails from whistleblowers and at the airlines and here at the airport are about forthcoming enforcement actions are dismissed as unsubstantiated rumors. And at the last meeting here, your leadership explained that if something happens, we should call the police. There are more patrols from the police, but also the police can't do anything. So I would like to know how that's supposed to allay any fears if your solution is to call someone who won't do anything. I don't understand the strategy of that. I think it's past time that the airport acknowledge the plain and clear reality that as it exists now. Not only that you've had workers here getting taken from the airport, but that it was wrong because these qualified people here are here following the rules. Keeping your mouth shut is a disservice to the public, your workforce, and you cannot keep punting your obligation to comment on these activities away to other parties that won't tell the truth. Furthermore, for something you can do, I would strongly encourage the commission, as we did last month, to follow the example of Seattle Boeing King County Field and get a web camera established so we can monitor the flights as they're getting loaded there. And also to offer a monthly report with statistics on where these flights were and how many people were on them. Seattle was able to figure it out. I'm sure you can too. I've seen firsthand the work that the Noise Oversight Committee can accomplish here. They've got dozens of calibrated microphones all over the community, as you know. Asking for the simple infrastructure of a camera and some staff time to do that should not be too big of an ask and not too much of a lift, so we can get some transparency as to what's going on here at the airport. So to reiterate, I would like clarity with the voice that the airport has to express how this is plainly and simply wrong, that they are taking your employees from the airport here when they're doing things the right way. And we would like you to help us provide transparency on the flights that are operating here. Since more than 1,800 of our neighbors shackled have flown out of Minneapolis just this month. Thank you.
The final speaker card I have is from Brandon Balfams.
Oh, it's IRT out.
Hi, my name is Brandon. Not here representing anyone but myself. I've been an employee at this airport for 20 years. I live here. I rely on the bag handlers, the cooks, the cleaners, the flight attendants, everyone to do their job so we can transport people safely, efficiently, and I've been proud to work.
Okay, let me just ask you guys this. Because I keep hearing from the left over and over and over again, we rely on these people to do our jobs, and we can't do our jobs without these people, and yada, yada, yada. One in the chat, don't answer until I'm done asking the question. One in the chat, if you believe the airlines are probably going to be able to operate a lot more safely if all the illegal people are deported. 2 in the chat, if you think the airlines are going to be able to operate more safely without the illegals being deported. So 1 is if you think the airlines would be more safe if all the illegals were deported and Americans took their jobs. 2, if you think that everything is perfectly fine as it is and the airlines are much safer with illegal employees. I'm not going to offer an answer, obviously. I'm just letting you guys vote. That's it.
At this airport for 20 years. I would like to continue. I love seeing the banner downstairs that says, best mega airport in the country, 2 years running. I want to see that again. I want to see that more. It's pride for me to work here, to see people, but I want to make sure my aircraft is safe when I leave. I don't want the baggage handler to be terrified they're not going to get home tonight to their family. I don't want, I want to be able to get food when I come in. That's important for me, that's important for my crew, that's important for my passenger. I can't do that if people are afraid. We don't need ICE agents in the airport. This is a secure location. We're safe here. Never had an issue up until now. Worried that my baggage handlers aren't going to be here tomorrow. That my flight attendant's going to be worried. That anyone I'm working with is terrified to be at work. This affects the job. This affects safety. And I want to have pride in my home airport. Thank you.
Hang on. I apologize. I missed a super chat. I was trying to get my streaming lined up so that I could, so that I can make sure we have the best coverage on the internet. Thank you for the super chat. DeWoke Farmer is the dude with the cowboy hat, long beard that claims to be a veteran. Chase the National Guard in DC and storm the church. Oh, I don't know anything about that shit. Guys, let me be clear. I said this on the stream yesterday, but people may not have been there, or this might be, I'm not covering that church bullshit. I'm not covering the church bullshit. Oh, okay, I know who you're talking about. That like kind of outlandish guy. Yeah, I'm not engaging in the conservative clickbait media ecosphere. We cover real news on this channel, like conservative clickbait farm. Guys, this is the oh my God. This is the problem. This is the problem. You guys are bringing up a conservative clickbait campaign. This is a conservative clickbait campaign. That church bullshit yesterday, that is just fodder for conservative clickbait. It has nothing to do with the real stuff. It really doesn't. And I know people are getting all their Christianity feelings in a fucking twist. But when you step into my classroom, you've got to leave your fucking feelings at the door. And just because something is your most important thing doesn't mean it's the most important thing for everyone. I'm not covering the church bullshit. I think it's a conservative clickbait like bullshit campaign. It is completely distracting from what the real problems are. Why are conservatives more up in arms about this thing at the church than they are with the fact that 2 independent journalists almost got fucking killed in Minneapolis the other day by an anarchist mob that took over the city with no police, and no one's been arrested? We have got to keep our eye on the ball. Like that whole church thing didn't even register on my radar as something that was important. Okay, I do appreciate the super chat about it though. I appreciate the donation, but I'm not covering that church bullshit. That's not going to happen.
Card I have, unless there is someone else out there wishing to address the commission.
All right, we got another super chat here from Pretty Eyes. Do I have any advice for someone that has a kid that's a leftist, or should I contact you through your website? No, I mean, I'm not going to give you any advice through my website that I'm not going to give you here, so this is fine. Listen, I mean, if you're expecting me to tell you how to deprogram your kid, I can't do that because there is no way to deprogram these people. I guess the advice I would have given you before they became a leftist is don't put them in public school. Like, you must homeschool your kids, but it seems like it might be a little bit late for that. I mean, the best you can do on this channel, Pretty Eyes, is that you can learn to understand the way they see the world and maybe use that to try to talk to them. But I don't have some magic deprogramming method for parents whose kids became leftists, and I'm really sorry you're dealing with that. There are a lot of people in the community who are in your position. And so maybe other people in the community have advice. I don't have kids, and I certainly don't have a leftist kid. And so if I had advice, I would totally give it to you. But I just don't think there's a way to deprogram people from a cult that they don't want to leave. And so maybe if people in the chat, yeah, actually, that's a good idea. Maybe you could contact Gabrielle Clark. Gabrielle Clark is a woman that I've known for years whose daughter got captured by gender ideology and was like socially transitioned in school. And so maybe contact Gabrielle Clark. Actually, that's a really great idea. Gabrielle Clark has a business called Affirming Reality, in which she works with parents to help them deprogram their kids. So Gabs actually does have a program for that. She's centered it around gender ideology, but I think it can probably be applied more broadly than that. So that's who I would contact. Gabrielle Clark, Affirming Reality. You can find her online. That would be a much better resource for that question than I would. Thanks for reminding me of that, Reagan. That's a really, really, really good suggestion, actually. Thank you for the gifted channel membership, Susan. W's in the chat for Susan. Appreciate the gifted channel membership. Thanks very much.
With not, would you like to approach? We'll have you complete the speaker card after you make your comments.
Okay. Thank you. Thanks for allowing me to speak. My name is Tricia Connolly. I'm actually from Evanston, Illinois, just north of Chicago. And I would like to encourage all of you to think about what this represents. This represents people coming together and working together to unite for a common cause. And all of you can do that too. We have airports all over the country dealing with some of these same issues that you're faced with today. I hope you're in contact with them, and I hope you can find solidarity in coming up with a great plan to keep people safe at the airport, and also the gig workers out there picking people up. Because in Chicago, we had some real devastating things that happened right on airport property with our gig workers who were transporting people. So I'm here, I'm standing in solidarity, of course, with all these folks. And this is a real issue, and you all are going to be looked at to whether you take action or there's inaction in this moment. So please go forward, come up with some plans that you can, keep safety here at the airport and just outside of the airport. Thank you.
I'm going going to close the open forum, and let me first say how much we appreciate that you make the effort to come before our commission and share your thoughts, your concerns, your observations, your fears. These are incredibly kind.
Yeah. I mean, listen, guys. Listen. You should 100% expect Trump to get impeached. Because the Democrats are, okay, you can't say anything for sure. An act of God might happen. There might be some miracle that turns this all around. So you always want to leave the opportunity for hope, I suppose. But from my perspective, there is no way that the Republicans are not losing the House. There is no universe in which the Republicans are not losing the House, because the Republicans are not serving the needs of the American people, like, at all in any way. And nothing is getting better, and everything's just getting worse, and they aren't doing shit about it, and they've lost half their base over this shit. And it's like, any goodwill that Trump had over getting shot is completely gone at this point, because he's been such a shitty president for the first year of this next term. And so, yeah, you should absolutely expect that Trump is going to get impeached again, and then we're going to have another giant shit show around that, and, you know, whatever. It'll be something to watch on the internet, I guess.
Times, we recognize the courage it takes to come forward and share what have been some pretty horrific experiences that you've shared with us. And as many
You
of
have all
mentioned,
shared horrific experiences.
Made comment and shared comment before to help.
By the way, I want to point this
hopefully
out too. As we're wrapping up this public comment meeting, okay? There were like 4 or 5 people who got up and said, "It is very sad that my friends are being targeted and kidnapped by the federal government. And isn't it sad that everyone is being kidnapped? And we need illegal immigrants in order to do our job safely. And this is all very sad and awful. And don't you feel sad?" It's like, you had like 5 or 6 people get up and make those speeches, right? Where the fuck was the other side? Where the fuck was the other side? You know, Republicans get pissed off at me when I say there's no universe in which Republicans are going to civil war. There's no universe in which Republicans are going to leave their house to fight a civil war. And Republicans always go, "You don't know, we're going to protect our favorite, we got all the guns." They puff out their chests and they act like they're going to do shit. There is nothing preventing the local Republican group from organizing a handful of people to go to this meeting and say, "We want ICE to deport people at the university because we think it is unfair that illegal immigrants who don't even speak English and refuse to assimilate to American culture are taking American jobs, and we would like Americans to have those jobs because we think that everything is going to be much safer when Americans have those jobs." There is nothing preventing the local conservative group from getting 5 or 6 people to go to this meeting and do exactly the same style speech that the left did. Nothing prevented it. It's a public comment. They could have gone, and they ignored it. And this happens every single time. People have been saying this regarding the protests. They're like, "Where the fuck are the conservatives? Where are the counter protesters? Where is everyone?" And no one is showing up. And then they make excuse after excuse after excuse. "We have jobs. Don't you know we have jobs? We're the only ones with jobs. We have to work our jobs. It's really scary. They would hurt us. They would slash our tires. We don't want to do it. It's too cold out." Every fucking excuse in the book is made for why they won't do something. So don't tell me the right is going to be fighting no civil war. They won't even get off their ass to go to a 2-minute public comment hearing. And every single time you ask them, they make a fucking excuse about why they can't. And so you want to know why the left is winning? Because they got off their asses and went to the meeting, and they all stood there and said, "My best friend Abuela is being deported, and I am no longer going to eat her tasty empanadas." It's like, what the fuck, asshole? Just go to the fucking meeting, give the short speech, because all of these people really care about is they keep numbers in their head. These are the people in favor of something. These are the people against something. That's all they care about. How many people are in favor of something? How many people are against something? And if the only people showing up to the meeting are the fucking communists who are like, I really don't want my gardener to be deported because then I might have to cut my own fucking grass. Like what do you think is going to happen?
In public understand what we can and can't do. You know, we're first and foremost the safety and security of our airport community and the airport itself, and especially our valued businesses, our workers here, and our passengers. That is our number one priority. It's also a reality, though, MSP is a public use airport and we're subject to federal regulation. The MAC cannot legally restrict access to MSP for public or private aircraft operations.
Oh!
Including aircraft that's chartered for federal government purposes. We just cannot by law. We also cannot interfere with law enforcement operations by federal agencies, and that includes FAA, TSA, CBP, ICE, and the FBI. We cannot restrict their access. We cannot deny that. We expect that all federal officers, including CBP and TSA, will continue to do their best to keep MSP running smoothly and will act with professionalism and respect that MSP is known for. With that, I'm going to ask if the CEO has any comments you'd like to add.
Thank you, Chair Karlyn. I did not have any other comment other than to reiterate those words that you had indicated. We will continue to monitor the situation here. As I said before, if an employee does not feel safe,
the employee does not feel safe.
911 and our officers will respond accordingly, and we will continue to do that. So I'll leave it at that.
Thank you. Commissioner Ginsburg.
No, I am an extremely far-right fascist, and I'm not actually joking when I say that. I am extremely, extremely, extremely far-right. But for my purpose of analyzing the left, I do it from a detached perspective, so I'm not inserting my own politics into it. I'm looking at the situation as objectively as I possibly can, and I'm saying here is what is going on just based off of every source of primary evidence. But personally speaking, oh no, I'm not in the middle. I am not politically disinterested. I am an extremely far-right person.
I apologize, I'm kind of debated. This is the second time things have been said, and I, as Chair Gartman said, we all embrace passion and certainly the problems. And people can say that we don't care. People can say we are not reading what's happening out there. And I'm just going to speak.
And by the way, just so people know who might be new here, there is a wide spectrum of political belief in my community. So just because I am an extremely far-right person, that doesn't mean everyone in the community is extremely far-right. There are many people in the community that are not extremely far-right. In fact, I have everyone from, I do have a lot of far-right people, but I have regular conservatives, I have MAGA voters, I have libertarians, I have independents, I have disaffected lefties, I have maybe even the occasional classical liberal, although if you're a classical liberal, you need to smarten up about that shit. Like, we literally have the entire spectrum of politics that listen in this community. We also have an extremely wide age spectrum. Someone was asking me about this the other day. They were saying, am I the youngest person? Well, no, they're college students. Some of my best viewers are college students. And it's actually funny. It's like really young people and then older people. So I've cornered the market on like the younger kind of like yeah, I mean, I have groypers that watch, but I also just have like non-groypers who happen to be young to watch. And then older people tend to really like me because they're sick of the bullshit and they just want the information. And so they respond well to that and they're okay with watching stuff like this. It's the fucking middle group that and again, I have people of all ages, but it's like the middle group that is like the biggest problem for me for some reason. Anyway, I just want people to know that just because I have political beliefs, I don't actually care what your political beliefs are. If you want to understand what the left is doing, every single person is allowed to be here. Every single political belief system is allowed to be here. And it's kind of like we just have to be like, okay, we're going to need to agree to disagree about some stuff. Even if you're a Zionist, you are allowed to be here if you're a Zionist, as long as you don't give me shit for not supporting Israel. And that's really it. It's got to be like, we have a common enemy. We have a common problem that we can all agree on. And all of the bullshit that we might not agree on, it just has to take a back seat to the problem that we can actually agree on. And that's how I feel about it, honestly. Thank you for the $10, little miss. This is why I go down to my legislation members. I go to colleges. I donate and doing everything I can to teach people how bad it is. You've also gone to meetings like this and given speeches, which is exactly what people need to do. I appreciate it. Thanks so much.
I do get the calls from the union representatives when things happen.
The union
happened at the TNC lots. And as soon as we got those calls, we were put into action. We worked with unions, we worked with the governor's office to try to alleviate some of those concerns. The same concerns you have now, looking over your shoulder, making sure that ICE doesn't come through the TNC lot unimpeded. And you know what, we've worked together and I think you're starting to see, at least in the lot, some a strategy. I think that's working with geofence and also people carrying the right documents should they have to go, but they are, and they're not leading to more arrests in that lot. What's happening in the terminal is happening not based on anything we can do or stop, but we certainly have been notified again by the unions. And what concerns me about what's happening, not only on the humane level, but what it's going to do to our economy in the airport. If people aren't showing up for work, concessionaires aren't going to be able to do what they need to do, baggage handlers aren't going to need to go. So that is a real concern from my standpoint, and I believe probably my colleagues. There's an economic impact also. We certainly are concerned about it. And the last thing I'm going to say, and I'm going to be honest here, we can't, there are certain things we can do and certain things we can't. Taking the moral ground and telling ICE they can't be here, ICE is going to be here. And I would not advocate for anything, like the governor said, for anybody to take the bait to invite something worse. And those are federal troops. And you know what? Something like that, to me, is an invitation to allow something happening that's worse here. So, I'm hearing what you're saying. We're trying to do the best we can. We're being honest with you. We're acting in ways that I think are responsible. We may be at a time when we're not going to be able to agree on everything, but I think.
Oh, Rumble upset about something? Hang on. Sorry, the Rumble chat disappeared off my screen. Where the fuck is it?
Being here, but I also don't like being told that we don't care or we're not doing anything. So I'll just leave it at that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. With that, we'll move forward on the agenda, and we're delighted to.
All right, that is the end of that meeting. So we watched enough. We watched their public comment. We got IRT Media driving around Minneapolis. He was covering the student walkouts earlier. He's driving around now, so we will keep him up on the screen. We are going to be continuing our coverage of what has happened today in Minneapolis, guys. For those who don't know, there is scheduled to be a protest in Minneapolis probably in about an hour. I think it's supposed to start. So we should start seeing activity there. There were walkouts out of school today. We are going and watching some of the coverage from the day so that we can get a sense on what's happening. I want to next go to the student press conference, because a bunch of students in Minneapolis basically held a little press conference where they all made statements earlier today. And I think this is a valuable thing for us to go back and watch. And again, as a reminder, we do not make fun of children. There is no making fun of children. If you disrespect my wishes, I will ban you from my chat without thinking twice. Children are victims of the far left cult. They have been indoctrinated into this since they were young. Most of them don't know any differently. They're doing what every single person in their life has told them to do that they trust. We do not make fun of kids. And like, people ask me all the time, how do I deprogram my kids? Well, you don't shit on them. But like step number one, we don't shit on them. We listen and we put it in context of understanding these ideas come from their teachers, they come from their parents, and the kids are parroting the ideas of the teachers and the parents. So let's listen to what the kids had to say earlier today. Let's make sure I have it queued up because I know it see, get it to where the kids actually come in. This was streamed live earlier today. Oh, come on. Why does it always start streaming like half an hour before it actually starts? Okay, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. These poor kids. These poor fucking kids. Blair. The Sunrise Movement. The Sunrise Movement is a radical far left movement that does engage kids quite readily. Okay, let me fast forward with breaking news.
Learned that option.
Let's watch this actually. Let's watch this. What they have to say.
Thank you for joining us here on Care 11 News Now. I'm Alicia Lewis. Happening as we speak, students, parents, and educators are speaking out at the state capitol on the impact of ICE operations on schools. Now, since the surge of federal agents in the Twin Cities, schools have been offering virtual learning to students. Students at the U of M who return today for the spring semester also have that option. So let's get to that press conference. The students were lining up. Let's hear from those impacted this morning.
The hell? What the hell's going on? What is... Oh, God.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Jose Alvieri Hinojosa. I am the statewide director of youth programs and lead immigration organizer at Unidos, Minnesota.
Unidos.
I wish I were here under very different circumstances, but the truth and the reality is that our state is under attack by our own federal government. What we've experienced here in Minnesota since Operation Metro Surge has not been safety or security, but rather harm and pain to our communities. Their blatant disregard for human life and due process has caused harm and chaos in our communities. And we have witnessed that in every sector of our state, including our schools and institutions. With me today are students and parents who have witnessed this firsthand and who will share their stories momentarily. To my fellow Minnesotans.
Oh, guys. Pam Bondi is Pam Bondi has arrived in Minnesota to put them on notice and to hand deliver a sternly worded letter to the activists in Minnesota that they better cut it out. There's a live press conference going on right now in which Greg Bavino is speaking with Pam Bondi, who has just landed in Minnesota. And Pam Bondi's going to fix all of this, guys. That sternly worded letter that they've been threatening for weeks is going to solve everything. I cannot wait to see how badly this fails. Holy shit, a fucking letter. Yep. But guys, they said that Pam Bondi released a very strong statement on Twitter yesterday saying they were put on notice.
We can get through this. We have proven this time and time again by how we've shown up for one another. The Trump administration is trying to make an example out of Minnesota.
Maybe we'll watch that later.
But what they don't know is that in Minnesota, we care for one another. And what they also don't know is that in Minnesota, we are very well organized. Which is why on Friday, January 23rd, we are calling for a day of truth and freedom. It is a day when every single Minnesotan will stand in solidarity and choose love and care for one another over hate and violence. And we will do so by refusing to work, to shop, and to go to school.
That's on Friday.
To the rest of the country, we urge you to join us in this moment.
Yeah. Well, you know what?
We can build a different world. And
you know what? No one fucking listens to me when I tell them shit. I give you all sternly worded fucking letters of notice constantly on my live streams, and you still give me shit. So it doesn't. Do you guys know that sternly worded letters and being put on notice doesn't actually mean anything?
A different country. No one built on hate, but rather on love and care for one another. But that can't just be a dream. We will have to make a choice. Can we include everybody?
No.
Can we build it?
No.
And are we going to be serious about it? Thank you.
Hi, my name's Luca. I am a high school student at Roosevelt. I'm 15 years old.
15.
On, I think it was Wednesday, I was at school and I heard the news about Renee Good. It horrified me, it frightened me, and it made me very angry because it was the first ICE killing I'd heard about. Then later that day when I got home, I heard that ICE had been to our school, tear gassed students, and assaulted teachers, and it made me even more angry. I knew some action needed to be taken. So I reached out to my friend Clover to organize a walkout. And I organized a walkout with her. We planned it originally for Friday, but school got canceled because no one felt safe with law enforcement around and what the law enforcement had been doing. So we moved it back to Monday. And on Monday, when I showed up at school, all classrooms felt so empty, and there wasn't the same life that there had been in school because so many Somali and Latino families weren't there, my friends and classmates. Then later in the day, when we were going for the walkout, I felt so grateful because of the amount of people that showed up. I'm so grateful to my community members that supported me and all the kids that showed up to protest against all the things that ICE had been doing.
My name is Blair, and I'm a college student at Minneapolis Community and Technical College. I'm here today to demand on behalf of my fellow students that ICE cease operations in our beautiful state. Being born and raised in Minnesota, one thing I've always been proud of is our rich mix of cultures. It's what makes us what we are. Something our federal government forgets is that most of us are immigrants to this land. My classmates are having their right to higher education impeded upon because ICE agents are harassing them while they're just trying to get to class.
Wait. Your right to higher education? Do we have a right to higher education in this country? Did I miss that part of the Constitution where we had a right to higher education? Me and my fellow students are having our right to higher education impeded because we are afraid to go on campus because ICE might deport us. Honey, you have no such right. You have no such right, and all of your teachers have failed you, and I'm so sorry about that, but you don't have that right, girl. You don't have that right.
My name is Blair, and I'm a college student at Minneapolis Community and Technical College. I'm here today to demand on behalf of my fellow students that ICE cease operations in our beautiful state. Being born and raised in Minnesota, one thing I've always been proud of is our rich mix of cultures. It's what makes us what we are. Something our federal government forgets is that most of us are immigrants to this land. My classmates are having their right to higher education impeded upon because ICE agents are harassing them while they're just trying to get to class. Students who are parents themselves with traumatized children at home because ICE were at their school as well. The safety of our students should be the most important thing, and the people running this country only care about money, which is why we're calling for a general strike. I urge all of you to participate on Friday, January 23rd. No work, no school, no shopping. We are stronger together. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Becca Dryden. I'm a parent of elementary schoolers and a parent organizer with Minneapolis Families for Public Schools. Today, I want to share with you a glimpse of what it is like to be a Minnesota public school parent at this moment. Parents, teachers, and community members are putting in so much work to keep our kids safe and cared for at school while violent forces invade our city. Whether it's watching over dismissal, driving kids to school, or delivering food, our community has shown up to protect our kids. But there's only so much we can do while destructive, untrained, heavily armed strangers infiltrate our neighborhoods. Recently, I was alerted to the presence of 2 ICE vehicles idling just outside my child's school. In the space of minutes, people moved into action. The school was notified and kept students indoors, while neighbors came out to alert the community, observe, and document. The ICE vehicles circled the block erratically, speeding, running red lights, and driving over a sign and a median before entering an alleyway and abducting an individual and threatening bystanders with violence. Thankfully, this was not when kids were walking home from school, but about an hour prior to dismissal. The mere presence of ICE and their clear disregard for the safety of our communities puts everyone in danger. Danger that is particularly cruel to the most vulnerable in our communities, like our children. As a parent, it was heartbreaking to have to explain to my son this week that it wasn't safe for him to walk the few blocks home from school to his friend's house. Instead of talking about his upcoming spelling bee, we've been talking about why some of his classmates aren't in school right now. My kids are asking why these agents of government are allowed to break the law and why no one is stopping them and keeping us safe. I remind them that our community is standing up to keep our neighbors safe. And that's exactly what we're doing here today. I and all of us up here are demanding that ICE leave our city, state, and our schools. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. My name is Alejandro. I'm a student at the University of Minnesota, and school is officially in session. Today is the first day of my last semester, but I'm here. I'm here at the capital of Minnesota, having to figure out how to balance the anxieties that come with being a student and the fear of being beaten on the way to school because of the way that I look and the way that I speak. It's hard to believe everything that we've gone through here in the state of Minnesota, but if everything has proven anything, it has proven our resilience and the strength we have shown in our unity. We know it's not a fair fight out there. We have innocent mothers and fathers and our brothers and sisters standing up to the face of these ICE agents who have made it clear that we are all in danger and that no one is safe. Someday, I will become a doctor, but today, because of ICE impeding on my education, I cannot focus on that dream.
Oh my God.
Today, I'm busy fighting for my freedom and fighting for my safety.
Listen. Do you guys want a doctor that didn't go to school and then said, I can't possibly go to school because ICE might deport me, and so I'm too scared to go to school, and you have to give me an excuse not to go to school because I'm too scared because ICE is going to deport me? Do you guys want that person to be your doctor? Because here's the thing, it's like people don't understand the method to my madness on my YouTube channel, and I swear this is related to the point I'm about to make. My philosophy is that if you can't handle me, you cannot handle the far left. My philosophy is that if I need to no, he's not reading a script. No conservative bullshit here. No. He is not. He is reading a script that he fucking wrote. Listen to the point that I'm making. He is not a paid protester, guys. He's not a paid activist. When people speak in public, they generally have scripts. Back to my point. I may be a raging bitch. I may yell at people. I might cuss people out. I might ban people. My general philosophy is, if you can't handle me and you turn into a whining, shriveling pile of whatever, then you are not cut out to fight the left at all. Because I want you to learn. I want you to get better. But if you're going to whine and complain that I say something you don't like, or I do something you don't like, or I'm not a Christian and you don't like that, or I swear and you don't like that, and you're going to make some other fucking excuse about why you can't engage with the left, you are not cut out to be here. It is a filtering mechanism to maintain the type of audience I want and kick everyone else out. Because I don't want the biggest platform on the internet. I want a focused platform of people who take this stuff seriously. On the same note, as I don't want someone on my channel that's going to whine and complain all the time, I also don't want a doctor who is going to make excuses. I am so sad and I just can't go to class because I might be deported and I am emotionally traumatized. Schools should be a filtering mechanism. Higher education should be a filtering mechanism. If you cannot handle being in a pre-med program at a fucking state university, then you cannot handle being a doctor. And I don't want this kid making excuses. I simply can't take my midterms because I was too afraid to go to class because I might be deported. Then you're not cut out to be a doctor, bro. Don't be a doctor. Go be a salesman. Or go be, I don't know, a pizza delivery guy. Go drive DoorDash. Go do something else. But you cannot be a doctor because that actually has a certain level of responsibility that comes with it that you have obviously not stepped up and grasped the importance of that role.
Safety. So please join us on January 23rd for the Day of Truth and Freedom and march with us. Bring your friends, bring your family, and bring those you love. Don't go to school, don't go to work, and don't buy anything. Because we have to stand up and protect our Fourth Amendment right, end federal funding of ICE, and bring justice for the family of Renee Nicole Good, and get ICE out of Minnesota.
Good morning, all. My name is Angeline, and I will not be sharing my last name out of fear of doxing because I'm part of a mixed status family.
Can we find
on January 18th?
I know I just said we're not making fun of kids, but I kind of want to now. Can we find her? Can some intrepid warrior take a screenshot? How long do you guys think it'll take for us to find her? She wants to do a press conference? She can share her fucking last name.
I was born and raised in. The people of Twin Cities are terrified to live their lives. Jonathan Ross is not being investigated, and horrendous racial profiling continues to happen daily in the Twin Cities by ICE, endangering countless lives. This inhumane, cruel, and profoundly unjust treatment must end. ICE must leave Minnesota immediately. Join us on January 23rd to stand up for truth and demand accountability. Stand up for your neighbors, community, and for yourselves. No school, no work, no shopping. We need action now.
You can't listen. You cannot say you like this is where I draw the line. I'm not making fun of her stupid haircut. What I am saying is if you give a press conference where you're encouraging people to engage in disruptive action and you say, I am only giving you my first name, but I am not giving you my last name because I'm afraid of being doxxed. That's like holding out a carrot right in front of me. Or something far more tempting than a carrot, because I don't really like carrots. But like, that's like holding out like a hot dog from Five Guys in front of me and saying, "Karlyn, you shouldn't be tempted by this." And I'm like, "But I am tempted by it." And they're like, "No, you shouldn't try to fit a burrito." That's an even better example. It's like holding a fucking burrito in front of me and saying, "Karlyn, don't eat the burrito." And I'm like, "But I really want the burrito." And
Hello, everyone. My name is Aru Shiny Ajay. I'm the executive director of the Sunrise Movement, a youth movement to stop authoritarianism and win a livable future for all of us.
Sunrise Movement!
ICE's surge in Minneapolis is about intimidation and division. It's about trying to get ordinary Minnesotans to believe that we should be blaming each other instead of blaming the fact that an administration is stripping us of our wages and of our rights. But what Minnesota has shown me in the last week and a half is that we will not stand for that. Over and over again, I see tremendous acts of bravery, organizing networks unlike anything I've seen in my lifetime, signal chats that can respond to emergencies within minutes.
Oh, yeah?
And I've seen students be so, so brave. Students who have seen their...
By the way, obviously, I cannot tell you what the spy stream we're doing tomorrow is, but... Is everyone tracking? Okay. You're going to want to come to Spy Stream tomorrow. I promise you're going to want to come to Spy Stream tomorrow. I promise you're going to want to come to Spy Stream tomorrow. Yeah, it's about India, exactly. Yep.
Classmates live in fear of deportation. Students who've seen their classmates have to stay home. Students who've gotten tear gassed decide that they would rather organize. They would rather stand up to what is happening
later in the
day.
Stay
home in fear. So many people have been.
Spy Stream tomorrow will start around 6:30-ish.
Leading acts of bravery. They've been leading walkouts at high schools across the cities. There were walkouts at Edison, at Central, at Roosevelt. And what we're seeing over and over again is that when we choose courage and solidarity, we are able to actually scare the people who are trying to intimidate us. This Friday, on January 23rd, thousands of Minnesotans are going to be staying home from work, staying home from school, and refusing to shop. This is the way that we can leverage our power as ordinary people. Donald Trump thinks that he can intimidate us by using guns pointed at our faces. But the truth is that ordinary people run this country. And this Friday, we're going to show that. I hope you join us.
We will be opening it up for a couple of questions. We do have to get these students back to school, of course. So we will probably take 3 or 4 questions here.
Whoa.
What kind of impact did it have at Roosevelt?
So many students were missing. A lot of finals had been canceled because everything was so stressful that was happening. And everyone was scared to even talk about it.
Can you talk about what it was like for you to maybe find out that a former governor, Jesse Ventura, attended your school, showed up, the video of him went viral, taking on ICE, taking on the president's administration? What does it mean to have that kind of attention brought?
I didn't know about that attention.
Okay.
Can you tell a story about any of these students, about a time when a classmate all of a sudden didn't show up to school?
Oh my God.
What was your reaction?
The media at this press conference is like, can you tell us a sad story about a time when one of your friends was kidnapped by ICE? It's like, bro.
And what was your concern? Does anybody have an example of that?
Sure. So when I came to school, I found lots of friends and classmates missing. It felt scary. It felt like I understood that no one wanted to come to school because of how scared they felt and about being abducted. And I couldn't imagine what they were going through, and having to miss out on an education just because people are coming to school and abducting you shouldn't be happening.
Yeah.
Could somebody talk about the economics when someone said the only thing that matters is business and money and what Friday is about, the concepts of that sounds, that connective point? Describe that further.
Yeah, so as we mentioned, on January 23rd, many people are actually calling it a general strike. I think now more than ever, we have to make it very obvious that as Minnesotans, we're not going to stand for this. And one of the leverages of power that we do have at our disposal is not just people power, but also money. And we're going to use that to ensure that as Minnesotans, we're refusing what is happening here in our state. And again, we are urging other parts of our country to also stand with us and fight back in this economic strike as well. Thank you.
To the students up here, are there any aspects, or what are the aspects of your daily life that have been upended that people might not be considering as you're trying to get an education? Didn't mean to ask
Do you want to repeat the question? Just
what aspects of your daily education have been upended that people might just not be considering? Everybody sees the raids and everything like that and the present danger, but what about for your education?
It's every aspect. It's from the moment I wake up to the moment I go to bed. It's fear, it's anxiety, and it affects every moment I have. If I want to study for exam, the only thing I can think of is what's happening down the street. So, yeah, everything.
Andrew, while you're there, is this going to change the way you move about the campus or change your daily routine or change how you get to classes? I mean, are you at that point?
Definitely. Even considering what I carry with me, making sure I carry my IDs and make sure I have identification, make sure people know where I am at all times, is the first things that I've done to prepare.
For any of the students or parents, is this something that any of the teachers have openly supported or talked to you all about not attending school on Friday?
No teachers are really allowed to talk about that because they're part of the district and the district doesn't want to take sides.
Where are you going to march around together? Is this downtown Minneapolis?
Yes, downtown Minneapolis. All right. Well, thank you so much for your time. Thank you very much. We have sent the information just through email as well.
All right.
For the speaker list as well.
That is the student press conference that happened earlier in the day. It looks like IRT is on the ground where their protesters have started to gather. Now, the protest is not actually scheduled to start for another half an hour. We don't know how big it's going to be. I don't have a good sense of how big any sort of walkout today was in terms of how many people did it, just because I haven't seen it on social media. So I just don't know. There haven't been that many people on the ground. We have the coverage we have. What I will say is that I never expected today to be the big day. I think today a little something is going to happen. I do think there's going to be a protest. I think they're going to be fucking around at the ICE facility a little bit. I didn't expect today to be the big day. I think Friday is going to be the big day where a lot of stuff is going to happen because there are a lot more groups organizing for Friday. But today, I think we will get some action. And so I think we will start to see things pop off a little bit. So we will certainly wait to that. Did the kid just admit that the teachers use the students to do activism, but they try to? No, he didn't admit that. No, we don't make shit up. That's not what he said at all. And so please, guys, please, I beg of you, I understand that you guys want to twist things to make them conform to the narrative in your head. But when we're doing analysis on this stuff, we have to take it at face value for the most part. We can infer things based on their language, but you can't make stuff up that literally was not said or inferred at all, because that's when you start doing really shitty analysis. So we have to be listening to what's going to happen. All right, they're just hanging out. Let's see. We have a couple of options. Do you guys want to watch the press conference that Greg Bavino had a little while ago about how they wrote they're writing a sternly worded letter to the protesters in Minneapolis. Let's get caught up on this. I think this might be like the next good thing to watch. We do still have the police press conference from earlier, but this is the Greg Bavino press conference, and allegedly Pam Bondi is going to be there as well. So let's I'm going to start this, and then I have to run downstairs real quick. But I'm going to start this, and then I'm going to run downstairs, and then I'll be right back. Hopefully it just plays.
And making our communities.
Hang on. Let's get back to the beginning, Greg. All right. I'll be right back, guys.
All right. Good afternoon. My name is Greg Bavino. I'm the Commander at Large for Customs and Border Protection Assets here in the great city of Minneapolis. I'm here to talk with you today about interior enforcement, border security, and making our communities and our nation a safer place. I'm joined by my colleague, Executive Associate Director of Immigration and Customs Enforcement, Mr. Marcos Charles. Now, folks, let me be clear from the start that public safety in Minneapolis is not negotiable. When violent criminals exploit gaps in enforcement, gaps at that state and local level, most especially, federal law enforcement has a responsibility to act. That is why we are here. And that is what this operation is about. Our operations are lawful, they're targeted, and they're focused on individuals who pose a serious threat to this community. They are not random, and they are not political. They are about removing criminals who are actively harming Minneapolis neighborhoods. For too long, residents have been told that enforcing our nation's immigration laws undermines public safety. In reality, the opposite is true. When the law is not enforced, violent offenders remain free. Criminal networks expand, and the community pays the price. Our neighbors, our citizens, our friends pay the price. Rather than confront that reality of which I've just spoken, leaders like Tim Walz or Mayor Fry have relied on heated rhetoric and accusations that distract from the facts. The facts are that federal agents are arresting murderers, rapists, child predators, cartel-connected criminals, and other individuals who pose a real danger to the people of Minneapolis. As these operations began and since, there have been constant attempts to interfere with lawful enforcement of our nation's Title VIII immigration laws here in Minneapolis. Officers have been violently and aggressively assaulted. Objects have been thrown.
Hey guys, guess what? Guess what? Breaking news. Hang on. Holy shit. I'm a little out of breath because I just had to carry a massive amount of boxes upstairs because I just got a fuck ton of deliveries. I think I got handbags. I think I got shit from China. I ordered months ago and have now forgotten what I ordered. So we're about to have a massive unboxing. I had to make multiple trips carrying like these. I've got to hide them from my husband before he gets home. But like all of the packages that I've been waiting for weeks have converged on each other at the same time. Don't tell my husband. So I'm going to open them and we're going to listen to this.
And vehicles damaged. Despite that violence,
don't tell Victor.
Enforcement has continued.
Cone of
unabated.
silence.
Our officers remain professional, focused, courteous, and committed to the mission.
That's not
that
something
mission
fun,
again being Title VIII immigration enforcement. This effort reflects a coordinated federal approach. Agencies are working together under Title VIII authorities. Agencies like the United States Border Patrol, Immigration and Customs Enforcement, and many other allied law enforcement agencies, FBI, DEA, ATF, and many others have came together under this operation, under this umbrella.
This is just skincare. It's not that exciting.
We share intelligence and execute operations in a unified manner. That coordination is essential to effective enforcement and public safety. Since the start of this operation, we have arrested some of the most dangerous criminal offenders operating in Minnesota. In the entire state of Minnesota, we have arrested some of the most violent criminal offenders right here in this city. These are not minor violators or minor garden variety criminals. These are repeat offenders with serious criminal histories. Now, folks, before I came here today, I printed out a few individuals that I'd like to share with you. Individuals that were arrested since yesterday.
Donnie Girl's in with the 5-channel membership. W's in the chat for Donnie Girl. We appreciate you, girl. Thank you for supporting the channel and allowing me to continue to buy luxury handbags. I really do appreciate it. I really do appreciate it. Thank you.
Keep in mind now, these individuals were walking the streets of Minneapolis with impunity as of yesterday. We've got Hovai Kumaye, a criminal illegal alien from Laos, a registered sex offender convicted of sex offense against a child, including fondling and failure to register as a sex offender. This individual was walking the streets of Minneapolis just yesterday. This individual right here. It's very interesting that I haven't seen this individual or many others like him reported on very much by the local news media or the state news media. That's interesting. But wait, let's don't quit there. No, you can't. Let's continue here. We've got Samuel Aravelo Hernandez, a criminal illegal alien from Guatemala, charged with rape and lewd or lascivious acts with a minor. Now, think about that for just a second. Rape, and then on top of that, lewd and lascivious acts with a minor. This individual was walking the streets of Minneapolis with impunity just yesterday. Let's don't quit there. Let's keep on there. We've got Annabelle Gomez, a criminal illegal alien from Honduras, previously arrested for criminal sexual conduct and domestic assault. Other convictions include disorderly conduct and driving under the influence of liquor. Walking the streets as of yesterday. These are just three that I decided to print out. There's a whole stack of them.
Yo,
There's
Chicken Spawn Founder. We already doxed that lady. Who is she? Who is she? What did you guys find out? Is it anything interesting? You got her? Look at that. Look at that. Look at my chat doxing a high schooler within 15 fucking minutes of her saying, I'm not revealing my identity. Let me, I need to get into my other screen in order to actually get the link for that. Hang on. My YouTube stream is trying to keep up fast. Here we go. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. The girl who's like, I will not dox myself. Boom. Angeline Patrick something Spanish, Johnson Senior High School, has been named 360 Journalism's 2025 Scholar. Look at that. Look at that. Just a little focused effort, just a little effort and a little, gumption, and we too can dox high school students. We too can do that. Excellent work, Chicken Spawn. Thank you for your service.
As a matter of fact, when we look over the past year at the 10,000 that have been arrested here in Minneapolis and Minnesota, that stat
now, more importantly,
is enormous. These are the kinds of individuals this operation focuses on. Individuals who escalate situations and endanger others. Again, our neighbors, our friends, our colleagues, and Ma and Pa America. This is exactly why interior enforcement exists, to remove dangerous criminals from our communities, remove dangerous illegal alien criminals from our communities. It's also important, folks, to address a point that's often overlooked. Interior enforcement does not exist in isolation. It's not just about interior enforcement. It's a dichotomy here. It's interior enforcement and border enforcement. What happens in Minneapolis is directly connected at what happens at our borders. Interior enforcement and border enforcement, border security are intricately connected. For years, federal law enforcement was placed in a defensive posture, especially over those past 4 years. Agents were overwhelmed, processing massive numbers of illegal aliens coming into the country, often with limited vetting, minimal accountability, and few consequences. I think that's proven right here just by those three that I held up there. Time and resources that should have been dedicated to public safety were diverted to administrative processing, and criminal organizations exploited that environment. Over the past year, under the leadership of our President, Donald J. Trump, and Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem, that dynamic has changed. It's changed radically. It's changed more than I've ever seen in my over 3 decades in law enforcement. Border enforcement has reached historic levels. I actually called back to my home sector in El Centro today. They had 1 apprehension over the past 24 hours. 1 along that 75-mile stretch of border in El Centro alone. Last week, there were several days where they had 0 border crossers in that sector. That's the same thing across all 20 Border Patrol sectors.
I have
Very
to sniff
few
it.
crossings.
You're right, I
Illegal
do.
crossings
Definitely
have dropped
leather, I'll tell you that.
to record lows. Catch and
It's
release
definitely
is ended.
leather.
Consequences
Yep.
have been restored. Again, consequences restored. Because the border is now secure, law enforcement can do its job more effectively. Agents are no longer tied up processing and releasing individuals into the interior, individuals that we just talked about. They can focus on who is coming into this country, and just as importantly, identifying and removing those who should not be here.
That B.
And that shift matters.
That B is
It allows for
heavy.
meaningful vetting, targeted enforcement, and a renewed focus on public
That
safety
is
over
heavy.
paperwork. Public safety over paperwork. Border security provides operational control, disrupts cartel pipelines, and prevents criminal flow from reaching American cities. It also allows law enforcement to focus again on removing individuals who slip through during years of failed policies and later committed serious crimes. What happens on the border?
To answer this question, the left believes that crime will be abolished more or less when they rule and that capitalism is eliminated. So essentially, the left believes that there will not be as many criminals, like there'll be like next to no criminals when capitalism is eliminated, and so that is their plan, is to eliminate capitalism, and eliminating capitalism will eliminate all crime and yada 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 blah blah blah. Looks like that protest is actually starting to pick up. Let me make sure. That might be other places too. Oh, he's got Minnesota, he's got Columbus, Ohio, and he's got Oregon. So he's got protests in 3 different cities above me. Put that up for you guys.
Doesn't stay on the border. Border enforcement and interior enforcement are 2 parts of the same mission. A secure border without interior enforcement leaves communities vulnerable. And interior enforcement
Protests in New
without
York
border
right now too,
control
I bet, because it's the
is
PSL.
unsustainable. Again, it's
is
that
the
dichotomous
PSL.
relationship. When both are aligned, the results are clear. Over the course of this administration, more than
The fuck?
Peter Pan here. You
What
know, I
the
thought
fuck?
growing up would be the worst.
You know what? I'm in my other YouTube account, so
responsibility.
I'm getting ads. Fuck you guys.
over the past year, and in just the last 6 weeks, alone, during this most current surge, 3,000 arrests of some of the most dangerous offenders operating in Minneapolis have occurred. 3,000.
China.
These are not technical violations, as I mentioned. These are individuals responsible for serious harm. Think about it for just a second, what the rape of a child actually entails.
Thank you for the super chat, Mark.
That's glossed
Appreciate it.
over by the media oftentimes. What does that entail, and what's that like? Think about that. Murderers, rapists, gang members.
Hang on,
they're
we got to
not the
go to this
people we
live. I
want
want to.
in our
They're
community.
having speeches.
This is what public safety looks
We'll
like.
go back to Greg Bivino's boring press conference later that no one's going to watch except for us. We might not even go back to it. It was pretty fucking boring. Okay, they're having a student
Say you have more in common with us than you do with Trump and the 1%. You have more in common with us than these genocidal maniacs in ICE. You have more in common with us than you do with the other billionaires. You should arrest ICE. National Guard, arrest ICE. Ultimately, it's the strengthening bonds of solidarity. It's our unity here today that will go miles in breaking the chains of oppression
comrades.
that Trump is laying on the world. Thank you.
All right, I'm gonna teach y'all a chant. All right, I want y'all to put y'all hands in the
guys, listen, you have got to learn that your lived experiences don't really mean anything. Just because something didn't happen near you, that you know of, by the way. Just because something didn't happen near you that you know of, it doesn't mean anything. We look at things on a national aggregate scale, not what is happening in your specific neighborhood. Oh, I got a whole bunch of shit. I already showed one bag. I got a whole bunch of stuff I'm opening right now. Don't tell my husband.
air, preferably your left fist in the air, and say, up with liberation. Up with liberation. All right, now put your fist to the ground and then say, down with deportation.
Down with deportation.
Up with liberation.
Up with liberation.
Down with deportation.
Down with deportation.
Say, up with liberation.
Up with liberation.
Down with deportation.
It's about 17 degrees here in Columbus,
I'm gonna
Ohio.
welcome my friend Michelle from ICE out of Columbus.
My husband is not watching.
Who's ready to crush ICE and kick ICE out of Columbus? My name is Michelle, and I'm an organizer with ICE out of Columbus. Let's give another round of applause for all the high school students who walked out today
Feel
to say,
free to screen grab this video.
Oh, I will.
Do screen recording and share it.
Give it up for Minneapolis, who continues the fight against ICE terror in their city. We're a year to the Trump administration,
Bring on the water
and all we've
brother.
seen is attack after attack on our immigrant communities, which make our country run. For shame! And we've seen ISIS terror and the all-out assault they unleash on immigrant communities across the United States, including in Columbus. Shame!
Gonna get down for just a bit.
This is all the while we protest every week. It gets colder and colder. Our heating bills go up. The rents go up. People can't afford their car payments. They're drowning in debt. The economy is in the trash bin. And where does all the money go? I want to
Well, now, and one
we need to build a just and equitable world. And that's what we need right now. We do not need war on our immigrant communities. We do not need war abroad.
My fiance and I just moved over that way.
The president of Venezuela is Venezuela. Guess what? It's shameful. Now we are not.
Pardon me.
It's not like I didn't know the PSA.
Because
there's always talk about that, right? So
We are the people.
it sucks
We
because
make
no one really has
society
the
run.
safety network.
Our towers are the only reason they have a fucking paycheck. Over 35 people have died since ICE terror began across our country.
Just to be really clear, these are from China. These are from China. I did not just spend thousands of dollars on boots. These are from China. But they're awesome.
He is right.
ISIS brutality
China.
is emblematic.
Yo! We we get W's in the chat for Susan with 10 gifted channel memberships? W, Susan, really do appreciate it. Thank you so much for supporting the channel and giving 10 more people a chance to come to Spy Stream over the next couple days. I really appreciate it. Oh, no. These are not Doc Martens. These are not Doc Marten knockoffs. I do have Doc Martens too, though.
Aim to shred any semblance of democratic rights.
Chanel knockoff.
Struggle. And as Olivia and Mia discussed, all the rights we have today. And that's what the people are doing. We have not taken this attack lying down. In Columbus, there have been mass beatings of hundreds of
No. We do not do this. Hang on. No. Kids that fall for this and the most people pleasers, no. Kids are susceptible to information. It is the fault of the parents and the teachers and every single conservative that has not done fuck off about the schools that the kids are like this. Don't say kids that fall for this. The kids don't know anything else. Yo, Cynthia in with the 20 gifted channel memberships. Thanks so much, Cynthia. I really do appreciate that. Oh my God. I need to switch over to my other YouTube account real quick. Hang on. I just need to switch over to my other YouTube account. I'm in my account without the premium. So that's why we're getting ads, because I'm in my account without the premium. And now I'm in my account with the premium. And now we're not going to get that anymore. Massive W's in the chat for Cynthia, my dear. We appreciate you. We appreciate Susan. We appreciate everyone who has gifted channel memberships so far. You guys rock. All right, we're going back to this now. This is live coverage of protests. They're watching Columbus, Ohio right now.
those around us for our immigrant communities and those who are so vulnerable to these assaults on our class. And we can't only come out and fight when the moment is hot. We have to keep
About 12 degrees, wind chill of about, I'd say we're down to 7 or 8 degrees.
And if we let them,
Yeah, the bots are definitely botting. They're botting everywhere right now.
Continue to see these attacks. But clearly there are hundreds of us ready to stand together, ready to fight back. And our strength is in our power. It is the people power that is going to get us out of this ICE terror.
Like it even comes with a card.
So we'll come out today and every day to demand an end to mass deportations and the deployment of ICE in our cities. And if we don't get what we want, we will shut it down. So when I say OH, you say? Thank you.
All right, when I say who's got the power, y'all gonna say we got the power. Ready? Who's got the power?
Who's got the power?
All right, and then I'm gonna say what kind of power, and then y'all gonna say people power.
People
We're gonna put it together, all
power.
right? Who's got the power? We got the power. And what kind of power? People power. So who's got the power?
We have to work on that later.
And what kind of power? People power. Who's got the power? We got the power. And what kind of power? People power. All right, come on. Up with liberation.
Up with liberation.
Down with deportation.
Down with deportation.
Up with liberation.
Up with liberation.
Down with deportation.
Down with deportation.
Up with liberation.
Up with liberation.
Down with
Please don't spam comments or you'll be blocked.
All right, I'm going to invite Cy up here, who's an organizer with the Columbus Liberation Center. Make some noise for Cy.
Good afternoon. I'm Cy, and I'm a proud organizer with the Columbus Liberation Center and the Party for Socialism and Liberation.
The PSL, Party for Socialism and Liberation, PSL.
He said, those who love peace must learn to organize as effectively as those who love war. I'm going to say it again for those in the back. Those who love peace must learn to organize as effectively as those who love war. Right now, those who love war are very highly organized. Trump and his billionaire agenda are waging a war on the working class, not only here at home, but on our working class brothers and sisters abroad as well. I'm gonna hit y'all with another thing King said. The bombs dropped abroad are exploding here at home. He said this in the context of the Vietnam War back then, but it rings equally true today. You can feel the explosions and the violent assault of ICE on our communities, kidnapping and killing our community members with impunity. You can feel it in your wallet as the cost of living goes up while our wages remain stagnant. They have all the money in the world to bomb foreign nations and kidnap their leaders, but they can't do anything about the cost of healthcare, which is set to go up dramatically this year. We must see through this mess and confusion and understand it for what it is. This is class warfare. This is an all-out assault on our families, communities, standard of living, and safety. Dr. King talked about the three evils of society, of war, of racism, and of poverty. We are under attack from all sides. Trump, his billionaire agenda, and the entire capitalist system are on a campaign to massively expand all of these evils. But we are not going to be scared into submission or into silence. We are going to stand up and fight back. The best way for us to honor Dr. King is for us to pick up and continue the struggle against the evils that he lost his life fighting against. Only the people coming together can take the power back and stop the assault being waged against our communities and our livelihoods. It's not going to be some politician. It's not going to be the Republicans or the Democrats. It's going to be the people. And here in Columbus, we at the Columbus Liberation Center have a home for that fight back, a space for political education, organizing, and culture. We will arm ourselves with the knowledge of history and the tool of solidarity in order to bring down Trump and his billionaire fascist agenda and the whole capitalist system that supports it in the first place. I'm gonna end off with a chant. When immigrant rights are under attack, what do?
Stand up, fight back.
When workers' rights are under attack, what do?
Stand up, fight back.
What do?
Stand up, fight back.
What do?
Stand up, fight back.
What do we do?
Stand up, fight back.
Thank you. Be sure to come check out the Columbus Liberation Center on 1004 Parsons Avenue. We're open
Liberation centers are what the Party for Socialism and Liberation have all over the country. So, for example, the Philadelphia Liberation Center is run by the Party for Socialism and Liberation in Philadelphia. The Boston Liberation Center is run by the Party for Socialism and Liberation in Boston, and so on and so forth. So if you guys see Liberation Center in your city, chances are it's run by the Party for Socialism and Liberation.
Say it once, say it twice.
Say it once, say it twice.
We will not put up with ICE.
We will not put up with ICE.
Said we will not put up with ICE.
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 Money for jobs and education.
Money for jobs and education.
Not for war and deportation.
Not for war and deportation.
Money for jobs and education.
Money for jobs and education.
Not for war and deportation.
Not for war
and deportation.
Who's got the power?
We got the power.
And what kind of power?
People power.
Who's got the power?
We got the power.
And what kind of power?
People power.
Who's got the power?
We got the power.
And what kind of power?
People power.
All right, y'all make some noise for the Party for Socialism and Liberation.
Nah. Yeah.
Y'all make some noise for Veterans for Peace. Y'all make some noise for the Answer Coalition.
Columbus, Ohio.
Y'all make some noise for ICE out of Columbus. And y'all make some noise for the Columbus Liberation Center.
I love Republicans in the comments saying that they're at work.
All right,
Work
as
not
we
doing
wrap up,
anything.
we're going to do couple more chants, and I want to make sure that
real.
y'all continue to say.
Dude, did you guys hear people, the commentator there? Apparently Republicans are in his chat going, excuse me, I'm at work. And the guy recording this is like, yeah, you're at work not doing anything, asshole. Which is actually the truth. If they're watching this, that's actually the truth.
That's right. All right, so we want to thank y'all so much for coming out today. Again, my name is Deja. I'm an organizer with the Party for Socialism and Liberation. I'm one of the coordinators of the Columbus Liberation Center, and I'm also one of the statewide campaign coordinators trying to put a third-party candidate, Greg Levy, a great organizer, to run for Ohio, for Senate, to represent Ohio. So if you did not already get a chance to talk to several wonderful organizers here, they are walking around. If you want to continue to know how to fight back against the war on our immigrant brothers and sisters, against the war abroad, I really invite you all into this movement. The struggle needs every single one of you who comes out to these rallies.
Come on. Come on.
Delusional is thinking as a lower middle class Trumper, you're ever going to
Not
be
only
a
do we
billionaire.
come out here to learn and to hear from several different organizations, but we take this into our mass meetings, we take this into our workshops, political educational forums, and so much more in between. So this Saturday, if you have not seen on PSL Columbus or on the Columbus Liberation Center page, Abby Martin, who is a journalist that is making a second film called Earth's Greatest Enemy, which is an expose on how the military-industrial complex is the largest polluter and the largest driver of hurting not only people but the planet. She is coming here to Columbus. And so we are...
See, the thing is, Reagan, it's a couple things. Number one, luxury purses are just built differently than normal purses. They are like works of art. Everything on it is nicer. It's better quality. It just feels really good. These are fucking limited edition Gucci purses. Okay. These are works of art. These are not, this is like art. Okay. And is like an appreciation for craftsmanship, and it's beautiful. And the best part is I got an over $2,000 bag for like $500 on Whatnot. And that's what really matters here. What really matters is the only reason I can collect limited edition Gucci purses is Whatnot. That's it. That's it. That's the important part, is I got it for the same price I would have paid for like a normal purse anyway, except it's a limited edition Gucci purse and it's awesome. That's all.
More chance.
We are engaging in capitalism as we're watching protest coverage today, guys.
United
It's
for
all
standing up.
fucking Trendling. Yeah, it's all Trendling.
Any message.
All right.
We are all Gucci now.
What do we do?
We're in Columbus, Ohio.
Rights are under attack. What do we do? When immigrant rights are under attack, what do we do?
Actually, a really good idea.
What do we do? What do we do? What do we do? Stand up, fight back. Said what do we do?
Stand up, fight back.
OH. Justice for? Justice for?
This is the last purse, and I think this is actually the most expensive purse that I have.
All the PSL organizers.
Well, in today's collection.
I am not sure what's going on from here.
They shifted our diversity of gender, then they started to hate us. Indigenous people, we had a different arrangement. Now we hate ourselves like some self-discrimination.
All right, we are
like temples, I can see you worshiping.
in downtown Columbus at the State House building. PSL
Whenever
just
I
wrapped
want
up
to. Every day. Whenever I
demonstration
want to.
speeches, and now people are just kind of dissipating a little bit. It is cold. We're gonna get down in the crowd so you can see a little bit more close up what the signs are.
That's a good idea. Go to the line.
I didn't know y'all left.
I don't know if you've signed a petition yet to get them on the ballot, but we provide that.
Where it is. There it is. There's IRT. Is anyone? Yeah. Status Food News should be going live soon. Go show us the signs, dude. Go show us the signs. All right, well, I guess we're not getting a tour of the signs. Oh, this is LA now. They've got LA up. All right, well, let's go back, and I don't want to watch any more of Greg Bavino's press conference because that was kind of boring and lame, and it was just a stupid owning the libs thing. Guys, we have about here. Let me get my mic closer. Here is the course of business. Right now, we are waiting for Status Quo News and Mercado Media to go live. They should be going live within the next half an hour. We are waiting for their on-the-ground coverage of whatever is happening today, and we're going to watch that when it happens. We just finished watching speeches from a protest in Columbus, Ohio. There are protests going on all over the country right now, organized primarily by the Party for Socialism and Liberation, but also partially organized by 5051, which is the group that is one of the groups behind the No Kings protest and stuff like that. So basically, they're now protesting and maybe doing a march. You can see IRT's got them in Minneapolis. So it doesn't look like a huge number of people coming out, which is fine. It's a Tuesday. As a reminder, we're really expecting the big protest and the big walkout to be on Friday. That's the one that's being promoted by the majority of the groups. And so I think that is the one we're going to see the most action. But I do think we are going to see some action tonight, and we are going to continue to watch coverage as long as it makes sense to. I want to go back to this press conference because this was earlier today. Minnesota law enforcement held a press conference talking about the situation, and I would like to hear what they have to say. Apparently, Greg Bavino didn't really do much of anything in that press conference. It was really boring, and it was to own the libs and all that stuff, which is like the typical conservative thing. I don't really expect any differently, but I want to tune in and see what happened earlier in this press conference, and we're just waiting for Status Quo and Mercado Media to go live.
That means we have more responsibility.
Let's go back a little bit. What did he just say?
St. Paul Police.
Play. Don't do this. Come on.
Employees for our city that have experienced some of the same things. Thankfully, not with firearms drawn, but traffic stops that were clearly outside the bounds of what federal agents are allowed to do. We recognize by standing here today that some might say, you're only speaking up because this is happening to the cops. Others will say that we're speaking out against ICE, and that means we want rapists on the street. Neither of those things are true. We want to find some common...
Wait. Are you shitting me? Are you shitting me? The local police officers are speaking out against ICE. All right, let's hear them out, I guess.
Has more authority than a general citizen. That means we have more responsibility in how we behave. We have to find common ground here, and we have to figure out a way that these processes, which are clearly failing, if American citizens are being grabbed or stopped or seized, this can't happen. We have to make sure that everyone's civil rights are intact. I truly want to believe that there isn't anybody on either side of the political aisle that thinks that people's civil rights aren't important. They have to be the cornerstone of everything we do. Yesterday, our country honored Dr. Martin Luther King, and I was struck by the fact, and I'm paraphrasing, but he once said, we must learn to live together as brothers, or we will perish together as fools. We can't be foolish. We can't be those fools. So we are asking that we come together and figure out a way for this state and this country to resolve these things before things get any worse. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Lana Wood, Sheriff of Hennepin County. Just yesterday, our nation honored the legacy of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., a man who challenged us to at least remember the history, not only to remember history, but also live in its lessons. The theme of this year's MLK breakfast, make a career of humanity. And that is what myself and others are trying to do. We're trying to make sure that humanity remains in the noble profession of policing. As I know what it feels like to be stereotyped, judged, and profiled.
I got two B's.
I know firsthand
Here's the thing. Here's the thing. Here's what happened. This is the one I wanted. This is the limited edition Queen Margaret Gucci purse that I have been coveting. This is the one that I wanted. This is the first one I want, okay? And the reason is I love the bee. I think the bee is fucking cool. It's awesome. It's a big ass piece of hardware. It looks awesome, okay? This is the one that I wanted. The other one I won accidentally because I didn't actually think the auction was going to go as low as it did. So the other bee that I have, the red one, the first one that I took out, I didn't actually mean to win that. I won it literally the day after I won this one, and it was a little bit of kind of like an oh fuck moment. But the thing of it is the price was so low on it. Like I won basically on just such a ridiculously low bid that I wasn't really that upset about it because I've wanted one of those purses too, like the smaller one with all the pearls on it. And I was like, listen, if I win with this low of a bid, then fuck it. It was meant to be. And then I won, and actually like the auctioneer was even kind of shocked about it. She's like, I didn't I was like, I didn't expect to win either. So it was an accident and it was a twist of fate. But I love the bee, and so I'm not upset about it or anything. It's on Whatnot. It's Whatnot. It's a Whatnot addiction. It's a Whatnot problem. I have a problem, okay? This is the last one, though, I promise.
Or being understood. Our nation, and particularly our
it was meant to be. It was meant to be.
To confront the wrongs of the past. The work that has never been perfect and is still progress in the making. Come on. We know that we have a lot more to do, but there has been real progress, and it's very important that we do not lose sight of that.
I'm reclaiming the bee.
Today, unfortunately, we are seeing that progress erode.
I know. I'm aware. I have them up. Don't worry about it.
People in Hennepin County stopped, questioned, and harassed solely because of the color of their skin, solely being the operative word here. This is not okay now, and it's never been okay. And now that same discrimination is also spilling into the law enforcement community. Dr. King reminded us that the time is always right to do the right thing. And for those of you in position of leadership,
it's got two pockets.
Now is not the time to be quiet. When we have concrete examples of profiling, we need to do the right thing. We cannot let people in our communities think that our local law enforcement leadership is okay with the actions that we simply know are not just only wrong, but illegal. We can't just say this is a noble profession and not treat it as such. So what does it mean to be noble? It means someone admired for high moral character, showing qualities like honesty, courage, generosity, honor, and often acting in unselflessness and integrity. Integrity, one of the pillars of this profession. 5 years ago, our city, specifically Minneapolis and Hennepin County, became ground zero for civil unrest. Since that time, local law enforcement has been doing the hard, necessary work to rebuild trust within our communities. Rebuilding a community and an environment where people
MLK Day. Yeah, I'm not going to say that.
Agencies with the people
Thank you for the money.
Who honor the humanity that we want in our communities. You see, trust isn't just an abstract idea. Trust means victims of violence feel safe, calling 911. Trust means witnesses coming forward, crimes getting reported. Trust means that communities welcome law enforcement as partners in their community. You see, we just don't want to be a part of our community. We want to be partnered with our communities. And what's going on now is stifling that progress. And on a very basic level, trust means parents are not afraid to let their children go to school or church. Business owners are able to open and thrive off of their hard work of being business owners. The trust is fragile right now, and it is essential. It is an essential element to public safety. Today, that trust is being damaged, broken by the questionable and sometimes unethical actions of some federal agents.
Oh my
particularly
God.
in these last recent weeks.
I cannot even. Can you guys believe this shit? The police in Minneapolis held a press conference to complain about ICE. And Trump is just sitting back and taking it. And Trump isn't going to do shit about any of this. The entire city of Minneapolis is in open rebellion against ICE doing deportations. And Trump's just like, this really isn't that bad of a problem. I don't know what everyone is upset about.
I want to be clear that I am not saying all federal agents, as all of us know that we have become victim. If somebody or one person in law enforcement does something wrong, we all pay the cost. We cannot afford to be stereotyping or generalizing anyone.
Look, they gave me
Our
a
communities
sparkle
have
horse
much
too.
trust in all law
They
enforcement
sent
when
me a
this happens,
sparkle
not
horse.
just the federal agents,
It's a
but our
different
local
color
law
on the other
enforcement, and
side.
we're here to stay. Those harmful actions causes a ripple effect through all of our professions and through all of our agencies.
James is there.
What I
You're
want to
right,
assure
Bot.
you is we are here because we all believe that our jobs are to be done professionally, lawfully, and obviously treating people with dignity and respect. Not just marginalized communities, but every single person who calls Minnesota home. This time, this moment is the time to do what's right. We demand more from our federal government, more professionalism, more accountability, more humanity. We demand lawful policing that respects
did I just get
human
a cash
dignity.
app?
We should
Thank
not
you,
be at a
Robert,
point
for
in
the
this profession
cash
or
app. I
any
appreciate it.
profession where you have to teach people how to treat people.
A bottle to put in your
This
new
is the
bag.
same demand
Thank
we
you.
have for our own public safety professionals who serve, live, raise their own children in our communities every day. I can tell you at the Hennepin County Sheriff's Office, our deputies will continue to serve and always have professionally, lawfully, and with the respect of every person's humanity, as I'm sure all of these agencies that are represented here today are also doing. And with that, we will all continue to show up, even though times are hard, even though our law enforcement is exhausted, they're being challenged, they're having to go home and face their own families and answer these questions. We are lucky to have men and women in this profession that continue to show up despite the adversity.
Yeah, very lucky.
So we want to thank you for having us here today. And at this time, we'll take questions.
Hey. So conservatives, I just want to ask you a question. You guys still back the blue? I just want to know because listen, now the police in Minneapolis are in open rebellion against everything. The police are like, nah, this is really ICE's fault. This is all ICE's fault. We don't want to. Do you guys still back the blue? Because you're backing leftists. You understand that. You're backing leftists. These are leftists. This is a DEI police chief. You get that, right? You get they're not on your side, right? You get they would arrest you, right? Riddle me this, conservatives. Were more people arrested? Were more Republicans arrested under the Biden administration, or were more Democrats arrested under the Trump administration? I'm going to say that again. Were more Republicans arrested under the Biden administration, or were more Democrats arrested under the Trump administration? Think about that.
And yes, sorry.
emotional distance.
Ooh, they fixed the sound in both ears now.
Wanting to put criminals away and seeing the constitutional violation and racial profiling that is part of this mass operation here with that as a social.
Good morning. My name is Imran Ali. I am R-A-N-A-L-I. I'm an attorney here in Minnesota. Work a lot with law enforcement from corner to corner. I think it is. I mean, that is exactly what it is. That's a very difficult issue that's before us. But the reality still remains: the Constitution applies to everyone, and we have, and I think it's echoed, with the speakers that we've had today. We have federal ICE officers that are in their line of duty, right? They have to do what they do, right? I mean, they're ordered to do so, and they're carrying out those lawful efforts. And what we see, though, is we see people that are obstructing in that. As a lawyer, that's still a violation of the law. What we can do is we can talk about the tactics and the emotion that's there, and there's a place for that. And that place is to be discussed a lot, and also in the courtroom. And so, to give pause that what's happening here, there are mechanisms in place. There are lawsuits that we all know about. We've seen them almost every day. Something's going out. Those will play out in the court. But what can't happen, what cannot happen, is video after video of our local law enforcement officers being yelled at and threatened to by the public when they're simply there to work on behalf of the community. And I've heard from dozens and dozens of officers, and I've seen those videos. That can't happen. And that's what is increasing this temperature. It's the rhetoric and what we're seeing.
Chief Burley, Morgan Wolf with Care 11. You said that you've been in touch with the Department of Homeland Security, right? Can you elaborate more on who you were in contact with? And did they
Okay, no more unboxing. I'm back. I'm back. I'm paying attention.
Yeah, the question was about contacting authorities in Homeland Security or ICE, Border Patrol, and what was, and is there going to be any accountability from the conversations? Great question, complex answer. I've reached out to anybody that's willing to hear. One of the real concerning problems that I have with this surge in the metro is the span of control, in that there's so many different groups that do not know what other groups are doing or who is out at any location. And so when you call ICE leadership, or you call Border Patrol leadership, or you call Homeland Security leadership, they're unable to tell you what their people were doing that day. They're hard to find a leader to give you to. They like to give you a website to go file a complaint, but the complaint requires identity of the agents. The agents don't have name tags on. They cover their face. They don't have body cameras. And the groups that seem heavily through Border Patrol that are running up and down streets, there's no indication where they are any given day. So what I get is lots of questions that I'm unable to answer about who did what or where they did it. What I will tell you is I have contacts through 30 years of law enforcement with many different agents in ICE, HSI, and others. And those individuals who I've spoken to make several things clear to me. This is not right. They see it occurring and absolutely believe it needs to stop immediately. And they want to make it quick that it's not their groups. They're aware that there are groups that seem to be have less supervision that they believe are involved in this, but the vast majority of these groups are doing focused, legitimate immigration work that they're tasked to do, and it's well within the bounds of being legal. So,
Alex Capriello with News Nation. To that point, you allege that there seems to be a small contingency of federal agents that are operating under this racial profiling strategy. What evidence or proof do you have that this is not something that's coming from the top down, from the highest ranks of our federal government?
The evidence I have, the question is what evidence do I have that this is not coming from orders from the top, from Washington, D.C. to act this way? One, I just fundamentally don't believe that. Our federal government and partners that we've worked with, that I've worked with for 30 years, have an exemplary record performing exceptional law enforcement services. When we had horrific events this summer and partnered with some of the finest men and women that I've ever had the benefit to be around to help us investigate a very complex political assassination. I've seen the best of what the federal government has. This is not it in a small group. With that said, is what we see every day, the context that we have are agents that are working really hard in a really tough situation to do it right. I just fundamentally don't believe that it's coming from the top. In fact, I believe that I don't think the leaders in Washington, D.C. fully understand what some of their groups are doing here on the street and how much damage that they're causing. And that's why we are here to kind of bring this to light.
Yeah,
what evidence is the question that you asked? What actually
it's the ICE officers that are doing damage. It's the ICE officers. Sure, bro. Okay. Yeah, okay.
None other than agents that I've talked to and leadership in certain groups of teams.
What the
have made
hell,
it clear
man?
that this is unacceptable behavior, that they've never been told this is okay. In fact, that they know it's not okay. They're held accountable to a higher standard, which makes me believe that what I fundamentally believe that this is a small group of individuals performing this. And I will be honest, this really to me started 2 weeks ago, which feels like was the last surge of Border Patrol when they arrived, is when we started seeing this really change of behavior where it's street level jump outs or traffic stops, which the federal government is not allowed to do traffic stops and tell people that they're stopping them for speeding, which is what we're seeing. That's not allowed. They are not able to do that. They need to have reasonable suspicion that somebody is here illegally for them to stop them, whether on the street or to stop them in a vehicle.
What is a small group? Are you talking about dozens of agents, a handful of agents?
The question is, what is a small group? I absolutely have no idea. This is far outside of my purview as a local police chief. But what I do know is it's really impacting my community, what my community does and how they feel. And it's impacting our brand as police officers, our brand of how hard we work to build trust, to police in a way that builds legitimacy in what we do. And when people armed with rifles that have just police across their vest get out and act a certain way, of course, our public thinks that's us. Many agencies that you've probably seen, and many of them are behind me, have had to put out pamphlets showing what a Brooklyn Park police officer looks like and what an ICE agent looks like to make sure that we tell community they are different. Those are not Brooklyn Park officers or St. Paul officers or Brooklyn Center officers. Those are ICE agents. To answer your question specifically, I have no idea what groups or who it is or how many, but I know it is a small portion of the whole.
Chief Burley, one more follow-up. What message do you think it sends to the public if you, a police chief, you've had decades of law enforcement experience, what message does it send to the public when you are having a hard time getting answers from the Department of Homeland Security?
Yeah, the question is, what message does it send to the community if I, as a police chief, have a hard time getting answers? How does that leave the community for them to get answers? I think it makes them feel lost. It makes them feel concerned. It makes them feel fearful. And that's why we're here today.
Chief Derek James with us.
BG just started his stream. Thank you, Reagan. Appreciate it. I'll get him up. BG on the scene. Got him. I'll put him above my head. He does better coverage than IRT.
The question is about jurisdiction, and when we get those complaints, what do we do with those? Again, really difficult because we have, the federal government, and we also have on the state side of it as well. Obviously, I know that any law enforcement department in Minnesota is going to take any complaint that they get, but what sort of teeth do they have? What sort of enforcement do they have under the law? That is different. Again, it's the big issue here is it seems that people are that rhetoric is just passing like this. Everybody's passing and then they're saying things and they're not getting it, in their head. But it's clear that those avenues that can be utilized for United States citizens that feel that something is happening. We've seen those lawsuits, and those lawsuits are appropriate, and the courtroom where those are discussed, that's appropriate as well. But as far as like the mechanism for us to investigate those on a state side, it's just not there.
Derek James from WCCO and CBS News Minnesota. It seems to be there's a patchwork of federal agents from different agencies all on the ground. Have there been any notices of inconsistencies based on different training, different tactics used between those agencies?
We know that we talked with leadership within our federal authorities, and there has been question about the amount of training. Is the training consistent with what they were getting, say, 6 years ago? Are they going through Flexi? And then what is the vetting process like? Those have been conversations, again, at some of the highest levels that we've had. Again, they don't share that stuff with us, but
I don't mean to sound racist or misogynistic or fatphobic, but why in the ever-loving fuck is there a fat black lady as the head of the county police? Is this who you want running the police? I mean, no offense, I could stand to lose weight, but I sit on my ass researching on the internet all day. I'm not in charge of the police. I'm not in the military. I'm not in any sort of position that requires physicality. My job requires me to sit on my ass and consume as much leftist content as possible. And I suppose I could do that at the gym, but it's not going to make a difference either way. Why the ever-loving fuck is a fat black woman in charge of the police?
Get the sense that there is some mutual feelings and that the training, some of them are not well trained. And again, I want to be careful because we do know that there's some that has impeccable training and are good at their jobs. But we are seeing an influx here, you know, to the question earlier, you know, what's a small number? Minnesota, we're seeing this in different areas. It's not just the metro area. We're hearing about it in other areas. It's the impact. This is one of those things where you don't worry about the numbers. We need to talk about the impact on what that 1, 2, 3, 4th incident is causing to all Minnesotans.
Chief, you mentioned that you've been, unable to really talk to people in leadership about what's going on here. If we were able to get somebody on the phone to discuss what you're seeing on the streets, what's your message?
Well, we have spoken to some leadership, both locally with their supervisors, but also there's been a series of it, just as recently as this morning, and I think there's actually another one scheduled for this afternoon, where higher up elected officials are meeting with law enforcement leaders from all over the state. And you can imagine some jurisdictions.
Hang on. Mercado's live. Mercado's live.
When do we want it?
Mercado's live. I think that is 2 minutes live.
When do we want it? Now. What do we want? When do we want it?
Oh, no, Mercado.
What do we want?
All right. Mercado's live. We're going directly here. Guys, this is live on the ground in Minneapolis. We're watching Mercado Media. We are waiting for Status Quo News to go live, which should be literally any time now, but we're going to be watching the rally taking place in downtown Minneapolis. Please make sure you have mounted the like button if you would be so kind. And we do have a couple milestones coming up today, just so you guys know. So first of all, if I get, fun fact, if I get about 20,000 views on this stream today, which is entirely possible because we're like almost halfway there, I will cross 20 million views on YouTube. That'd be pretty rad if I'm honest. I never thought I would get 20 million views on YouTube, but if we get about 20,000 views on this stream today, then I will cross 20,000 views on YouTube. So that is milestone number 1. Milestone number 2 is if we get 20 more subscribers to the YouTube channel, we will cross 129,000. So if just 20 of you watching right now that are not yet subscribed to the channel choose to subscribe during the course of this stream, we will cross another milestone of 129,000 subscribers. And that's pretty awesome. And I appreciate everyone hanging out with me today. We are doing protest coverage today. Of course, we're doing heavy protest coverage all week long. I hope you'll consider subscribing to the channel. I'm trying to bring you the very best curated coverage of what is going on with the anti-ICE protests on the internet. I've got all the streams up. I'm looking at what's going on. I'm bringing you the best thing to watch at any given time. I will answer your questions and break down leftist ideology. I will explain to you who the different groups are and what they believe and who they're funded by and all that stuff. And so it would be pretty rad to cross both the 20 million view milestone and the 129,000 subscriber milestone today. Let's see. Let's get back to it.
It's Army. In 2019, I was deployed to Kosovo. While we were in Kosovo, we were called peacekeepers. But our real job was riot control to police ethnic tensions manufactured by decades of U.S. intervention. I saw it firsthand. The soldiers with whom I served, many of whom were from working class families and immigrant communities back home, were trained for combat, but they were ordered to act like police. I heard many of my soldiers complain that the training for the deployment was bullshit because they knew the truth. They knew that the police, anywhere in the world, whether they were in uniform as military.
Ahoy, and welcome.
Oh, fuck you. Fuck you. I added my new account. Why am I
the soldiers that Trump wants to deploy here? They're not our enemies. They're recruited from the same streets that we live on. Right now, federal armed forces are on standby to deploy to our streets. Trump is threatening to use the Insurrection Act, a 19th century law, that Trump wants to use as pretext to turn the U.S. military against its own people. Listen to this, though. More and more active duty and National Guard troops are resisting this mission. They know it's wrong. They have more in common with us, the working class and immigrant communities of Minnesota, than they ever will with ICE. These agents terrorizing our neighbors. Look what we're facing right now. An army of ICE agents in our streets. They are kidnapping, attacking schools, and they've murdered Renee Nicole Good, a 37-year-old mother and U.S. citizen. Shame. After Renee was murdered, we were in the streets for 5 days straight. That's amazing. We have shown up in the thousands, and we will not stop. And this is not just a local fight. This is the same logic of occupation that we see in Palestine. The same logic of economic siege that Trump is continuing in Venezuela. A logic that says some lives are disposable, that borders and profits matter more than the people. And what is our power? It is the power that we have as workers, as students, as the people that make this state run. It's the power that we're going to talk about today. We cannot just be reactive, meeting violence only with protest. We must be strategic, striking at the heart of the system that profits from terror. Our power is the ability to withhold our labor.
Yeah? Oh, you think so?
Minnesota and the working class here have a long history of using this power. Look to the 1916 immigrant mine strike in the Iron Range up north, when Finns, Italians, and Slavs put aside their differences to stand together. Or the 1934 Minneapolis general strike, when workers delivered food, delivered packages, kept this city running, kept the heat on, and ran this city. That is our legacy. And that's why we're continuing this legacy with a statewide shutdown this Friday, January 23rd. No work, no school, no shopping. When we stop this state from functioning, they will be forced to hear us. We must put killer cops in jail, demand ICE out of this town, ICE out of the Twin Cities, ICE out of Minnesota. I know that people are scared. I know that we're worried that others won't join. But that's why our task after we leave here tonight is to make it known everybody is participating. We will reach out, we will organize, and we will show our collective power.
Collective power.
We're going to show it by striking. We're going to shut it down. It's our duty to protect each other, and it is our right to fight back. Let's hear that again. Strike, strike, strike.
Strike, strike, strike.
It is our duty. It is our right.
It is our duty.
It is our right.
Strike, strike, strike.
Strike, strike, strike.
It is our duty. It is our right.
It is our duty. It is our right.
Strike, strike, strike. It is our duty. It is our right.
Strike, strike, strike. It is our duty. It is our right.
All right. Thank you all. Hell yeah. Let's go. Let's give it up. All right. Now, as MC, I'm so excited to introduce our first official speaker, Wes from 5051. Let's give it up for Wes.
Oh, yeah, 5051.
Thank you, Doug. I'm Wes with Minnesota 5051. As you probably know, we're a grassroots organization working to fight executive overreach that the Trump administration has been serving our country, as we know, over the past 50 days. It's been 50 days now. We've been occupied, and ICE is certainly taking its toll. We went from holding, little protests on the Capitol steps, hundreds of feet on the Capitol steps, to thousands of feet in the streets now. We're supporting rapid response efforts, mutual aid, distributing anti-ICE business kits, and of course, there's been an ongoing Whipple protest ever since Renee was murdered, and we've been supporting that with resources such as medics. I also work here downtown, and I work on Lake Street, and I've seen pieces of the community missing every single day. I don't think the average person in our cities feels safe right now. And it's interesting, we're standing just 100 feet from the public safety facility.
I just want it to be noted that IRT is sitting in his car.
Right now, Hennepin County sheriffs have about a dozen squad cars at the Bishop Whipple Federal Building. They are impeding observation. They are obstructing protesters. They're shielding ICE from accountability. And there is no law that requires Hennepin County sheriffs to do this. This is a choice made by Sheriff Dewana Witt. And it just so happens her re-election campaign kicks off tonight. So yeah, I think we should probably do something about that. And if you know anyone who's going to be in around the famous Dave's on Highway 7 in Minnetonka, between 5 and 7 p.m., she's hosting her kickoff fundraiser. So maybe someone can go down and tell her how we feel about it. Because federal, state, county officials, they owe us their transparency. And right now that is definitely not happening. So, every day here, every day this week, and certainly on Friday, we are demanding accountability and we are demanding transparency because public safety is for everyone, not just federal officers. Thank you very much. Let's just do my favorite. No ICE, no KKK, no racist USA.
No ICE, no KKK, no racist USA.
No ICE,
no KKK, no racist USA.
No ICE, no KKK, no racist USA.
No ICE, no KKK,
No racist USA.
No ICE,
No KKK, no racist USA.
No ICE, no KKK, no racist USA.
Thank you very much.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for being out here in the cold. All right, we're going to do some chanting in Spanish. Thank you very much.
No, not Spanish, no.
Yeah, all right.
Fuck
Here
you,
we go.
asshole.
Repeat after me.
I'm going to put on my
Escucha,
beanie.
escucha.
Escucha, taco, por
Estamos
favor.
en la lucha.
Estamos en la lucha.
God
Escucha,
damn it.
escucha.
Fucking Spanish.
Escucha.
Estamos en la lucha.
Adios, muchacho. Deporto.
Trump, escucha.
Trump, escucha.
Estamos en la lucha.
Estamos en la lucha.
ICE, escucha.
ICE, escucha.
Estamos en la lucha.
Estamos en la lucha.
Escucha, escucha.
Escucha, escucha.
Yo
Estamos
quiero
en la
el
lucha.
loco.
Estamos en la lucha.
All right, we're going to do a new one.
Oh, good.
El pueblo unido jamás será vencido.
El pueblo unido jamás será vencido.
There we go. A little more, folks. Louder. El pueblo unido jamás será vencido.
El pueblo unido jamás será vencido.
Louder. Like you.
One in the chat if fuck Spanish. 2 in the chat if Spanish is great. 1, fuck Spanish. 2, Spanish is awesome.
Allá.
Aquí, allá.
El pueblo vencerá.
El pueblo vencerá.
There we go. Aquí, allá. El pueblo
No, wait,
vencerá.
yeah. Well, yeah, exactly. Where is it?
Aquí, allá. El pueblo vencerá.
I was to understand from Harmeet Dillon that the reason that Don Lemon wasn't arrested is because yesterday was a holiday and they don't do work on holidays. So where the fuck is the warrant, Harmeet? Because it seems to me that work was back in session today and we all know that conservatives have jobs. And so where the fuck is the warrant, Harmeet? Where the fuck is it? And by the way, I don't even care about Don Lemon being arrested. I think it's stupid. But like the point is that Harmeet Dillon and Pam Bondi and everyone in the Department of Justice doesn't do anything. That's actually the point.
United will never be defeated.
Good evening, everyone. Who's ready to strike? That is what I like to hear. My name is Josh. I'm a proud Mexican American, and I'm an organizer with the Party for Socialism and Liberation. Today, the day after Martin Luther King Day, we mark 1 year of Trump's bloodthirsty, racist administration.
So real.
That's right.
So
in our fight
real.
today, we continue Martin Luther King's legacy. That's right. We continue his struggle against what he called the 3 evils of society: racism, war, and poverty. That's right. 1 year in, Trump has demonstrated that this is exactly what his administration is all about.
Thanks, Azurwing.
Throughout his term, he's sought to destroy the hard-earned gains from the struggle and sacrifice of the civil rights era. Today, we continue a tradition of walkouts from that very same era. We continue as people of conscience, refusing to accept injustice, refusing to participate in it, and refusing to let it continue any longer. In this moment, I'm reminded of the words of Coretta Scott King. Struggle is a never-ending process. Freedom is never really won. You will earn it and win it in every generation. Well, today, in this historic moment, it is our turn to fight and win it. Trump is fomenting hatred against immigrants across the country. He deputizes white supremacists into his own personal army, setting them on us like attack dogs to sow terror in our communities, to punish anyone who dares to resist his racist and violent deportations. Shame! Nowhere has that been any more clear than it has been right here in Minnesota. 2 months ago, Operation Metro Surge began. The largest DHS operation in history has brought over 3,000 ICE agents into our communities, resulting... I want to hear that louder! Resulting in thousands of detentions and horrific violence at our homes, our schools, places of worship, and our workplaces. To put that into perspective, Operation Midway Blitz in Chicago, mind you, over double the population of Minneapolis, had at its peak 300 to 600 ICE agents. Fuck ICE!
Fuck ICE.
We're still out here. That's right. This high concentration of violent agents in our communities has only naturally led to horrific violence in our communities. 2 weeks ago, ICE murdered Renee Nicole Good in cold blood. Justice for! Justice for! Justice for! As our resistance has grown, so too has the crackdown. From canceling childcare funding, to ending financial support for food stamps, to skyrocketing insurance premiums, and the cutting of additional funding to states with sanctuary cities, Trump has tried to make Minnesota an example. To enforce his racist policies, Trump is willing to force countless Minnesotans into poverty. To secure his power, he has declared open warfare on the working people of Minnesota, as my comrade Doug mentioned, threatening to invoke the archaic Insurrection Act and threatening to deploy over 1,500 federal soldiers here. Why is it that the boot is coming so hard down here, of all places? He's afraid of us. That's fucking right. He's afraid. They're afraid of you. Whether it's been through mutual aid, forming rapid response networks,
mutual aid,
ICE wide awake at night, and engaging them at the occupied Whipple building, we are fighting back.
Whipple building.
We are waking up to our power as the working class, and that is a threat. Because when we band together in our thousands, our tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, in our millions, we can defeat his racist and billionaire-serving agenda. When we strike on Friday, January 23rd, it will send shockwaves throughout the entire nation that will be impossible to ignore. But politicians across the political spectrum want us to stay home, including Governor Walz and Mayor Jacob Fry. This is blatant misleadership and falls right into Trump's dangerous narrative that our mass movement is somehow wrong or illegal. It is never illegal to resist racist deportations. To resist racist terror. So, if we don't hit the streets, we send the message that the rich and powerful can get away with terrorizing us So do we want to stay silent? Do we want to stay silent? Or do we want to stand up for our neighbors? Are you going to stand up for your neighbors? That's what this general strike is for. It's our turn to fight, following in the footsteps of all the workers who come before us, who have fought for a better future and won. As Doug mentioned, our city, this town, this area is ripe with union history. This is union country.
This is union country? Are you
Trump is just another boss.
This is
strike,
country.
It is our duty. It is our right. Strike, strike, strike. It is our duty. It is our right. Strike, strike, strike. It is our duty. It is our right. Strike, strike, strike. It is our duty. It is our right. Strike, strike, strike. It is our duty.
This is union country. What the fuck?
It is our duty. It is our right. Strike, strike, strike. It is our duty. It is our right.
Thank you, everybody.
All right, everybody, we're going to do some more chants here. So I'm going to say, when Trump says get back, you're going to say, we say fight back. Okay? All right. When Trump says get back,
we say fight back.
When Trump says get back,
we say fight back.
Trump says get back,
we say fight back.
Trump says get back,
we say fight back.
When Trump says get back,
We say fight back.
when Trump says get back,
We say fight back.
when Trump says get back,
We say fight back.
when Trump says get back.
We say fight back.
All right, next one. We're going to do no Trump, no KKK, no racist USA.
No Trump. No KKK, no racist USA.
No Trump,
No KKK, no racist USA.
No Trump, no KKK, no racist USA.
No Trump. No KKK. No racist USA. No Trump. No KKK. No racist USA.
All right, so we're going to do from Palestine to Mexico, and you're going to say, all these walls have got to go.
Ah!
From Palestine to Mexico.
All these walls have got to go.
From Palestine to Mexico.
All these walls have got to go.
From Palestine to Mexico.
All these walls have got to go.
From Palestine to Mexico.
All these walls have got to go.
From Palestine to Mexico.
All these walls have got to go.
Right. So we're going to do no ban, no wall, sanctuary for all.
Oh, yeah?
No ban,
Oh, yeah?
no wall, sanctuary for all. No ban, no wall, sanctuary for all. No ban, no wall, sanctuary for all. No ban, no wall, sanctuary for all. Let's give it up for Desi. All right, I have a short announcement to make before we continue our program. I want to shout out Leo in the hat. Leo with the Marine Corps hat over here.
Uh-oh.
So Leo is collecting funds for our mutual aid fund. PSL Twin Cities has been working.
Guys, that is the Soros funding that you're all looking for right there. That's how they fund each other. They collect money. That's mutual aid. Even the PSL does have a very big financial backer at the national level. Local PSL, local chapters of the PSL do not have access to the same money that they have access to nationally. And so for all the conservatives that are like, Neville Singham, or however the fuck you pronounce his name, the local chapters of the PSL raise money just like literally every other leftist organization, which is doing exactly what they're doing now. This is how the left funds itself. You see what they're doing? He's holding out a little bucket and people are coming up and putting cash in the bucket. This is the Soros money, guys. This is the funding. They pass the collection plate. Well, yeah, PSL is a publisher. Everyone can be a publisher. That's not that big of a deal. PSL doesn't sell as many books as you might think. Like they do sell books, but it's not going to be the biggest part of their funding. This is how they fund themselves, guys. Does everyone understand? You are literally watching them collect the money in real time on video. Please tell me you understand that this is how they're funded and that it's not George Soros. Yes, I am saying that there is no way that George Soros funds these groups. That is a massive lie that has been perpetrated by the conservative media. Soros funds Democrats and liberals and progressives. He does not fund the far left. He never has. It was always a lie. You're watching how they're funded right now.
Be part of our volunteer group and also, contributing to mutual aids. I believe Ari is on outreach today. Is Ari here? Can they shout it out? All right. So come find one of us. And also, I also want to let you know, please come to one of us if you are interested in an organization like the PSL, but also continue coming to our nightly organizing meetings, again, at University Baptist Church. Come check us out at PSL Twin Cities on Instagram. All right, that's the end of my announcement. I'm going to shout out our next speaker. She is a high school student, and she's also a member of the Red Lake Band tribe of the Red Lake Band of Ojibwe tribe.
Oh, good.
Let's give it up for Emelina.
I was really hoping for a Native American.
Hi, how's everyone doing tonight? Are you guys keeping warm?
Yep.
Us being together is gonna keep us warm. So ICE has terrorized many of my people in my community by taking them every day and putting them in facilities and unmarked vehicles every single day. Where they don't have community, family, to people to protect them every day and care for them and love them as community. ICE thinks it's okay to come to the lands where my people have been here for thousands of years. As an Indigenous student, I find it hard and difficult to go to school and live my daily life every day.
Yeah, okay.
Without fearing if I would be taken away from my family and won't be able to see them for the next couple of months or weeks. Public schools are supposed to be one of my safe places where I have community and friends and family.
Hang on. Well, we'll talk about that later.
To protect and love me as their own. That's right. But now it's one of the places where I'm most afraid of.
I'm most afraid to go to school.
All because of the color of my skin, or if I have the most slightest of an accent, is where I could be taken.
Oh my God.
Most of my high school in MPS, they are mostly online now because they are afraid to come out, and students are mostly afraid to come out and even go to school and make sure they get a good education.
They have brainwashed these kids so thoroughly, and it's so disgusting that this has been allowed to happen.
As a person of color in this society, an ability to have to spread awareness of what's happening about these events. Everyone, not a specific group. As a whole, we have to come together as community and bring our presence every day.
That's right. That's right.
We have to protect one another. We have to love one another.
Brainwashing
This system
is real.
wants to break our communities apart by having mass deportations and kidnapping that's happening still to this day. Me and a couple of other people are working on getting essentials at my school for families and people who are doing online learning. As if these times are very difficult for students of color and families of color to be going out just to go get basic needs of going to the grocery store just to have dinner.
Shame.
We have seen ICE come to our schools, taking our teachers and students. We need to come together to show that that is not okay.
That's right.
We refuse to be terrorized by our own. We refuse to be terrorized in our own communities.
That's right.
On January 23rd, Workers and students and people all over Minnesota are going to show up full force and demand ICE out of our communities. I want to encourage my peers to come to January 23rd mass shutdown to participate in a statewide shutdown. There is no work, no school, no shopping.
That's right!
Thank you.
Marching soon.
Oh, they're marching. Oh, good.
As we get set up for the march, we're going to do some chants.
Let's go!
Marching. Who's ready to march? You guys ready?
Okay, marching. I need that.
It's cold as hell. I'm glad they're marching.
We've got the power. And I'm going to say, what
So
kind
best
of power?
news I've heard.
People power.
Standing still in this weather is
Who's
not.
got the power?
Guys, as they are practicing their chants before they get ready for their big march, I just want to welcome anyone that has just joined the stream. We are watching live on the ground coverage in Minneapolis, where there is a protest. About the same old stuff they've been protesting about for a while. This one is primarily organized by the Party for Socialism and Liberation and 5051. It is slightly different than what we are going to see on Friday. Actually, let's go to Status Quo News. Status Quo News seems to be making a report here. So let's go to them and see what they're saying.
The Trump administration for occupying their streets, disappearing their friends, neighbors, family members off of their streets, and threatening further escalation in the form of military deployment down here. Another development that happened today that I want to be sure that I call out is the fact that local and state leaders here, being Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Frey, Minnesota Governor Tim Walz, and Minnesota Attorney General Keith Ellison are reportedly going to be served with subpoenas by the Trump Justice
that was
Department
actually
as
really
part
good.
of an investigation into them for their opposition to the Trump administration and its deportation agenda that it is carrying out here in the Twin.
So I did hear about that. Apparently, Tim Walz is going to get served with a subpoena because Trump is pissed off that he's opposing him, which I guess is better than nothing. I guess it's better than nothing. But I would really have liked to seen Tim Walz arrested because Tim Walz very literally called for the public to interfere with the operations of ICE. And then 2 hours later, there was a massive insurrection in a neighborhood where fireworks were being shot off and an ICE car was broken into and all this stuff. So I'm glad that more than nothing happened. I'm a little disappointed that there wasn't just an arrest, like a subpoena. So basically they said, okay, Tim Walz, we're going to drag you into a deposition and we're going to make you talk. So we'll see what happens there.
That the President Trump also held a press conference today where he was supposed to be touting the accomplishments of his administration over its first year. And during that, he reiterated many of his racist comments that he has made about people of the Somali community living here in the United States, and particularly here in Minnesota. But also during that, he seemed to soften his immigration stance a little bit, at least in rhetoric, saying that he has told immigration enforcement officials that he wants them to ease up on the tactics that they are using. I'll note that over the last few days, myself and other independent journalists that I have been working with on the ground here have noticed a decrease in the amount of at least obvious immigration enforcement activity. Not to say that there are fewer agents here. You still see a lot of traffic coming and going from the Whipple Federal Building, where that immigration operation is being coordinated from. So let's not make any mistakes here. There is still very much an immigration crackdown presence here, but the tactics that the Trump administration is using may have changed. And it may just be the Minnesota weather actually just chilling, so to speak, the immigration operations here. Now these protesters are starting to move into the streets, so we'll go with them and follow them here on this march. And as we do so, we will also be interviewing some of those protesters so that you can.
Okay, for people who are new, We primarily watch the left on this channel because we research and study the far left in America. We ourselves are not communists. We study the communists. We want to know what they're doing, how they're organizing, stuff like that. So if you're unfamiliar with the media we're watching, I think most people are familiar with Mercado Media because he is a giant asshole and everyone hates him, and they should, because he is a giant asshole. He is playing above me. I just need to switch this over to an account that doesn't have ads because I didn't do it before I started the stream, and that was my bad. So this is Mercado Media above me. He is a massive leftist and an asshole, but the reason we watch him is he does good boots on the ground coverage, and so I only care about the video. I don't care about whether or not I personally like him. So that's why we watch him. On our main screen here, we have Status Quo News. Status Quo News is a far left political outlet that they also do very, very good on the ground coverage. So they go to a lot of stuff like this. They cover it live on the ground. And another thing I do like about Status Quo News is they go through the crowd and they interview people. And so we really do get like the organic leftist perspective because Status Quo News is leftist. They're interviewing leftists. They're talking to each other. They feel comfortable talking to each other. And so we get what they genuinely believe when Status Quo News is doing interviews. We also have I have a whole bunch of streamers that I have. I've got a BC Preacher up. I've got BG on the Scene up. Let's see. What one's this? That's Status Quo News. That might actually be the only ones I have up. I think our IRT was sitting in his car or something. No, IRT is now out of his car. Okay, congratulations, IRT. IRT has made his way out of the car, and that's really good progress there, bro. But we got a bunch of streamers up, and we are going to be watching tonight as long as it makes sense to do so. I don't know how long this is going to last. I don't know if they're going to go to the Whipple building later, but I will be bringing you the very best protest coverage that I can bring you all night long. I am aware. I, in fact, just said that BCP was live. Got to open the ears and listen a little harder there. I literally just said that. And so I will be showing you the best angles, but I do tend to default to Status Quo News just because they do interviews and I want to hear from the people there what they actually think. So welcome to the channel, guys. If you would be so kind, please do mount the like button to tell YouTube to recommend my content to more people. And guess what? I am 5 subscribers away from 129,000. So if just 5 of you who are watching right now who are not yet subscribed to the channel, if you choose to subscribe, which means you can join us in the chat, by the way. My chat is the best chat on YouTube. Please subscribe. I would love to cross 129,000 while we're on the stream. That'd be awesome. Thank you for the super chat. Everyone is racist, even my keyboard. Indeed. Indeed. Guys, if you want to show your appreciation by sending in some super chats, that would be really great. Also, if you want to gift channel memberships out to the community, we do have a spy stream tomorrow. So spy stream is available to supporters only, including YouTube channel members. One of the best ways you can support my work is by gifting channel memberships out to people on YouTube. We will give you W's in the chat if you do that, because you're not only supporting me, you're supporting the channel. You're allowing more people to come to spy stream with us, which is awesome, where we go inside a live leftist training and we watch it live. And so please make sure you do something, though. I am 100% funded by you guys. Tomorrow, it's going to get started around 6:30. I will be sending out more information tomorrow on what that is. Let's tune back in.
Since early December, with only a couple of breaks. But we have been on the ground here since early December. But what I'm not seeing are those national outlets that we had seen
Come on.
During those days right after Renee Good's killing. The story has faded somewhat, and so has apparently the national media's interest. Their resources are not here. I'll also note that I do not see any of the local television cameras here to even feature these hundreds of voices that are taking to the streets here in Minneapolis. But we are here. We were here for the weeks before Renee Good's killing, and we will.
Me asking people to subscribe to the channel actually drove someone to unsubscribe. So that guy can go fuck himself. And I would really appreciate it if we could pass 129,000 subscribers. We are 2 subscribers away, guys. I'm not turning the sound back on until we do it. So now we're back. One more. I'm the sound on. No subscription, no sound. No subscribe, no sound. No subscribe, no sound. Thank you for the gifted channel membership, Alicia. W's in the chat for Alicia. We appreciate it. Yay! We did it. We did it. Okay, I'll turn the sound back on. Thank you, Kelsey, for the gifted channel membership. W's for Kelsey. See, we're back. Thank you, guys.
Our efforts, and when I say our, I'm talking about myself, John, our small team here at Status Quo that we do to punch above our weight. We just got John back yesterday from his short break. He just got back earlier today. I got in yesterday, and we want to thank Will and Zach who held down the fort for us while we were taking that break. Back home to be with family for a few days. But we are back here because we believe this story is important, and we want to cover and lift up these voices. So in just a moment, I will go into this crowd and interview some of them. But I did want to make that pitch to you that the best thing you can do to support the work that we do here at Status Quo is going to statusquo.com/join, and for as low as $5 a month, supporting us.
Me
the things that we use that money for is to afford our hotel rooms, afford food. Today, what we did is we bought, I guess I can't show you, they're inside my gloves, but we bought hand warmers. I've got foot warmers on. This that you see here around my head, this balaclava was purchased.
I love that this leftist went and bought a scarf, and he thinks this is like a world. He's like, guys, you know what I did today? I bought hand warmers and a scarf. He's like acting like this is like world-changing information that you can put on a scarf and be more warm in the winter. Guys, these people are beating us. These people are defeating us. They don't even know how scarves work, okay?
Up with the people! Down, down, down with ICE! No ban! No wall! Sanctuary for all!
Yo! Picklehead! W's Picklehead over on Rumble with the 5 gifted subscriptions on Rumble. W, guys. I will be streaming the spy stream to Rumble members tomorrow, I think in the form of a premium stream or whatever, a member stream. Also, if that doesn't work, you can find it in my locals. So if you are a member on Rumbles, you get access to my locals, which is kb.locals.com. Just log in there. You will be able to find the information for spy stream tomorrow. I'll put it both places. I will be both be streaming it to Rumble as like a member stream if I can do that, or a premium stream or whatever. And then you can also access it through my locals. So thanks so much for the gifted memberships on Rumble.
My cameraman, John, we'll walk with you so you guys don't have to stop marching. Can I first get you to just spell your name for me?
Yeah, my name's Ashley, Ashley, Van Dues Arts.
Ashley, thank you very much for talking to us here today. It's single-digit temperatures. What made you want to come out despite the cold today, and what was the message you came to deliver?
I am out here for my 2 kids. I have a 5-year-old and a 3-year-old at home. They are 2 boys who I want to be proud of where they grow up. And we have a lot of community here. We have a lot of family, and we want to fight to protect it.
Want to fight to protect it. You're talking about your 2 children. I'm a new father myself, so thank you. But seeing what happened, what's happening here in the country right now certainly gives me pause about the future that my child might be growing up with. Is anything of what's happening in the community right now registering with your kids? And if so, how are you explaining what's happening to them?
Yeah, my children joined us for their first protest at the No Kings event a few months ago. They are seeing what is happening in their community by hearing that their friends are scared or that their teachers are scared, and they want to take care of our earth. My son was born the night of the fires in Minneapolis when George Floyd was murdered. And so this is not a new feeling to us. We want to raise our children with the education, knowing what is happening, not sugarcoating it, so that they're prepared to fight for the same future we want for them.
How does it make you feel as a parent, that this is registering for them, that they aren't able to just have that carefree childhood that they probably should have?
We're gonna get our guns and they don't know what they're messing with, and we're gonna take care of it. You better know where. Bro. Literally shut the fuck up and go speak at a city council meeting. Literally shut the fuck up and organize a counter protest. Literally shut the fuck up or go do anything. I am so sick and tired of conservative retards coming on my channel going, they don't know who we're messing with. We got the guns. We've been picked. We're not going to be picked from them. They don't know who they're dealing with. They're kicking your ass and you're sitting at home and doing nothing saying, we're going to go to Civil War, 1776. Like, literally go fuck yourself until you go speak at city council meetings, you go organize rallies, you go do a counter protest, you go do anything productive at all. I don't want to fucking hear it. Thank you, Karen, for becoming a member of my channel. Welcome to the cult. I really appreciate the support.
Speak with one voice like this. How does it feel?
I mean, it is one of the only soothing things to do right now, aside from completely distract myself. And, you know, some days I choose that, and some days I choose to come out, and I think we need a good mix of both.
Today it was being reported that the Trump administration is going to serve subpoenas to Attorney General Keith Ellison, Governor Tim Walz, and Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Frey. What's your reaction? I mean, do you feel like the Justice Department and the justice system is being weaponized?
I think Donald Trump is a
I do,
child.
actually, yeah.
I think that he is I think he's bummed out that people aren't supporting him the way he wants to be. I think he's reacting in a way that's absolutely absurd, to be holding our government officials under some sort of contempt of justice here.
Excuse me? What am I doing? I've gone undercover with Antifa more than any other independent journalist in the country over the past several years. Hello, do you know where the fuck you are? Do you want me to continue? I've archived over 5,000 hours of leftist training. I have infiltrated hundreds of their organizing calls. I have made this information free and available to people on the internet. I've written multiple books about this. I have done lectures around the country about this. I have free online classes about this just to educate people about what is actually going on, so you retards can hinge into fucking reality. What am I doing? Don't ever question me on my own fucking channel if you don't know where you are.
Are you feeling that at all? Does it feel like the federal government has relaxed itself in any way?
The only thing that has changed, as far as I've seen reported at the Whipple building, is that they're not bringing their machine guns out anymore. But that doesn't mean that they've stopped any of their chemical irritants. That doesn't mean they're not going to cause another man to become blinded by sending pieces of shrapnel and plastic flying all over the place. It is a war zone, I believe, as reported by the New York Times, the closest thing to a civil war that they've seen. So I don't think we're going in the right direction. The right direction would be getting ICE out of Minneapolis.
Is there, I mean, and that's what this entire movement here is to call for. But I think it has to be said that the president has done, maybe even unintentionally, a pretty masterful job of getting stories like the Epstein files and the state of the economy out of the news by putting the suffering of Minneapolis on the front page of outlets like the New York Times. Do you see what's happening here in Minneapolis as a distraction from the Trump administration's other myriad of scandals?
Absolutely. I think anything that's distracting from the fact that this man should not be in office, that he is completely putting himself above the law, all his own personal interests going above the law, making sure that his pocketbook is flush with coin. It's just absolutely ridiculous what's happening. Of course, we're going to get attention because Minneapolis will not be silenced, but it is a distraction from getting this man out of the office of the President of the United States. It's absurd that this has happened again, and the fact that our neighbors have voted him in a second term is crushing to me as an American and a Minnesotan.
We've heard multiple calls here during this demonstration for, on Friday the 23rd, what amounts to a general strike here in Minneapolis and Minnesota as a way to push back against the Trump administration and send a powerful message of unanimity of action here in the state. Do you plan to participate on Friday?
Yeah, absolutely. This was a 2-day plan. I reached out to my employer last week, let them know that I wasn't going to be in the office, asked for their support, received it. And yeah, I will be out here again on Friday, January 23rd, supporting.
Guys, you mean she had a job? She has a job? And all she had to do to go protest for a day was to ask her employer for the day off? Because she has a job, and so she had to ask for a day off because when people have jobs, they have personal time that they can take to do other things that are not their job. Yo, we got a super chat from Effectual Insurrection on Rumble. That's where I was. I've been at City Hall pub session all day. We do shit. Dr. K, thank you for being you. You always teach us something new with epic stand-up comedy that makes me laugh so hard I cry. Well, I'm glad I can make you both laugh and cry, Effectual Insurrection. Thanks so much for the money. I appreciate it, bro.
They're in this.
Ashley, thank you very much. Is there anything else you would want to add while you had the platform?
We talked about one of my new purses.
I would just say happy birthday to MLK Jr. And I think that, you know, it's not just about the immigrants in our community. It's about every single individual in this country experiencing equality. And the billionaires need to equalize our experience.
Damn.
Thank you very much,
Damn.
Ashley. I appreciate the time. Let's get back to it. Just one voice there, a mother who you heard talking about, a mother there where you hear talking about her children's experience here in the Twin Cities area. Young boys who still, despite their young age, have to wrestle with the fact that the president is directly targeting their communities, making their friends, making their teachers afraid, that fear breaking through to them. And that's something that is an experience that is being echoed all across the city, all across this state, and in other cities that the Trump administration has directly targeted. That's just one voice. And then you see the hundreds upon hundreds of people that are out here, and you start to think about all of their reasoning for being out here. Whether that be because they have kids who are suffering, or be it because, you know, they themselves are worried about being directly targeted, or having family members who are being directly targeted, or in some way being victimized by this administration and the crackdown that it is carrying out, potentially fearing that deployment of troops that the president is apparently making those early steps to do.
Thanks so much for the super chat appreciation donation. I think everyone should make an appreciation donation, if I'm honest, especially that person I just put in a timeout for complaining about my voice. They should definitely make an appreciation donation when they come back.
Warm ourselves up as much as we can. We've got hand warmers out here today, something that we did not have last night. We've got extra layers that we are wearing, but the cold out here still takes a toll. So we have to try, we have to take those breaks for ourselves.
Yeah, we'll go to BG on the scene real quick.
Border walls have got to go.
We'll go back to status quo when it makes sense.
From Palestine to Mexico.
Yo. Thank you, Kira. Friday's going to be, Friday is going to be wild. Guys, you should plan for all day protest coverage on Friday. And by all day, I mean starting around 1 or 2 or something like that. It really depends on when the streams start, of course, but I am planning on doing heavy protest coverage Friday and Saturday as of right now. Mutual Aid, Johan, thank you for the super chat. I appreciate it. I appreciate you. Thank you.
Deportation. Down with deportation. Up with immigrants. Up with immigrants.
Up with immigrants.
With deportation.
Down with deportation.
Up with immigrants.
People power.
I love this bag.
We got the power. People power.
Ain't no power like the power of the people. The power of people don't stop.
Ain't no power like the power of people. The power of people don't stop. Ain't no power like the power of people. The power of people don't stop. Ain't no power like the power of people. The power of people don't stop.
Let's go back to status quo. Let's see what they're doing. They're just walking, it looks like. They're not interviewing anyone. Sound is better over here anyway. It's quieter. Come on, status quo, interview someone. We will outlive them. Look at that crow sign.
Strike, strike!
Here comes a shark.
It is our duty. It is our right.
It is our duty. It is our right.
Strike, strike, strike!
Strike, strike, strike.
It is our duty. It is our right.
It is our duty. It is our right.
Strike, strike, strike!
You hear them there. The chant is, it is our duty, it is our right.
No, I haven't really been affected by it so far as I know, but you know, I mean, listen, it's ups and downs on YouTube. It's like sometimes you're in the shadow ban, sometimes you're not in the shadow ban. Sometimes you can break out of it for a time period. And so I think like when this stuff happens, it's just a matter of like, how can you reach new viewers to get them to watch the channel through like short videos or doing protest coverage or stuff like that. I find really helps. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. I've tried to stop. I stopped trying to figure out the YouTube algorithm a long time ago, honestly.
No school, no shopping, no economic activity. Anything that needs to happen should go to local businesses first as a way of demonstrating against the Trump administration that they have a collective voice and a collective power that has not yet been realized or employed against this administration. And so we are making plans to be here and report on that general strike and the effects that it has and the participation to the extent that we can measure it. I'll note that come this Friday, the high in the temperature out here is right now being forecast at -10 degrees. That's without the wind chill. And there's plans for a march that day as well at 2 o'clock in the afternoon.
That'll be
I've been
fun.
trying to talk to some of the organizers and see how the cold will affect their plans. As of right now, that march is going ahead. And there's even more actions planned for this Friday as well that we will be reporting on that day. So if you want to follow along to see how the Twin Cities area, the state of Minnesota stands up and tries to make its voice heard through the actions of a general strike, please get subscribed to ourselves here at Status Quo and to our partners at the Midas Touch Network, who I, of course, cannot thank enough for the platform and the support they give us to be able to report out here in the Twin Cities area. Please get subscribed to us so that you can see that coverage as it comes out. We do both. We do both live reports like this near daily. We try to do them daily from the streets here in Minneapolis because there are daily actions happening against the Trump administration. Don't fall prey to the administration's propaganda where it wants to claim, as the president did today in his press conference. Don't fall prey to these ideas that what is happening here is just a few malcontents or paid agitators, as the president alleged today in a press conference. It is
Paid
hundreds
agitators,
upon thousands.
great.
We've even been at demonstrations with tens of thousands of people
Trump.
taking to the streets here in the Twin Cities area.
3 new
So not
persons.
only do we broadcast from these on a daily.
I got 3. Now I didn't buy all 3 at the same time. They all just happened to get delivered at the same day. It was a confluence of circumstance. I have 3 new purses and they're all fucking awesome. Honestly, they're all amazing and awesome and limited editions. And I'm collecting them. Okay, it's a collection. Whatever. I voted third party for years, but now if Republicans don't step up, I'll probably vote Democrat this year. Just being honest, I'm not going to vote for anyone. I literally my position moving forward is that if someone does not earn my vote, I'm not voting. I don't give a fuck. Trump didn't earn my vote in the last election. I didn't vote for Kamala either. I literally voted for no, I didn't. I voted for Nick Fuentes in the last election. I did vote for Nick Fuentes. I voted for Nick Fuentes and Chief Trumpster. And so I did vote, but I did not vote for Trump and I did not vote for Kamala. And I think it's a completely valid thing. It's like you need to actually do something that impacts me. And I'm not going to vote for you just because the other guy might be worse, because I just don't even know that that's true anymore. Don't know. There should be a channel called Purse Talk. We'll work on that later. We're going to go back and do work now.
Pink shark costume that I want to try and talk to. Of course, these inflatable costumes have become a bit of a symbol out here for these demonstrations. Become a symbol of nonviolence and to try and make any response of violence from the federal government or from local authorities look absurd, to try and show that that these demonstrations are not violent in their intent.
People power.
We're waiting here because there's quite a buildup of ice.
Hey, Spartan over on Rumble says, layers of deception. Most people get stuck in some layer of it. Even if you escape, you still have no idea what backroom deals are among the global elites. I hate both left and fake right. Yeah, I agree, bro. I agree wholeheartedly. Thanks for the super chat. It's good, right, Darla? It's a good one. I didn't expect to like it as much as I do. I knew I was going to like it, but...
I'm from Minneapolis.
What's your name?
My name is Joshua McMillan.
All right,
and there is a fear in this city. People are canceling recovery groups, people that are in addiction that need recovery. People are scared to go out. I'm having friends sending me their locations that are minorities because they're worried that ICE is going to come and take them. Good working, positive people. And we're all in fear.
Guys, I'm going to go say hi to my husband who just got home. I'm just going to leave this running. I will be right back expeditiously.
And the fear that ICE is causing. I was out in the Whipple building, and all the people from different states, it feels like we're being invaded.
Joshua raises a good point there. We have focused a lot in our coverage, and probably rightly so, on the direct harm that the Trump administration is causing through its immigration agenda out here, the ripping apart of families, the tearing apart of communities, and the way that they disappear people off the street. But Joshua, you're raising a good point to the indirect harm that is caused through the fear in people, to the point where like things like addiction support groups are not meeting. Yeah. What is that indirect harm that is then being caused? And, it's not, I'm assuming when you're saying when you think about like that schools are offering remote learning right now because children are scared that addiction support groups are not meeting. We have heard, and you have heard on our broadcast from people who have said that they are doctors whose patients are not coming in for cancer treatments, as we just heard the other night.
Minnesota is a good state, and there's a reason why they say it's Minnesota nice. We care about our people. We are not aggressive, but when they come and they're backing us in the corner, what do you expect? We can't trust our federal government. Who can we trust? We can't even trust our police right now.
When you say, what do you expect? What do you feel like is the reaction that's merited here from the Twin Cities? What is left to you for recourse when you do feel backed into a corner?
It feels like right now that the people are being backed in the corner because we are being invaded on our state, and we are being backed. People are isolated. People are not out and about, and we're tired of it. What can we do? The people that we elect, why are they not defending us right now? We feel betrayed here.
Feeling betrayed by their own elected officials for not doing enough to resist what is happening here in the Twin Cities area.
This is people's life, and right now it's all about partisan politics. And right now you don't play politics when it comes to people's lives.
Joshua, some of those leaders, Mayor Jacob Fry, Governor Tim Walz, Deputy Attorney General Keith Ellison, it's being reported, are going to be served subpoenas by the Trump administration for their resistance against the Trump administration. When you hear that, what's your reaction?
Partisan politics. They're playing politics when it's coming to people's lives. That's what it's doing. Mayor Fry said it very politely, but very few. Get the fuck out of Minneapolis.
Joshua, thank you very much for your time. Is there anything else you would want to add?
ICE, get the fuck out of Minnesota. Minnesota is a great state. We love our people, and we're out here peacefully protesting. We are not doing any harm but power to the people.
Joshua, thank you very much. Appreciate it. All right, John, I can give you a break here a little bit.
Sort of wanted me to tell you that with the wind chill, it's -3.
Oh, is it? So I want to stress something here. I want to stress something here that it is cold out. It's not quite as cold as it was last night, but it is cold here. My nose is continuously running. I'm wearing more layers than I was last night. I got the hand warmers in, the feet warmers in. I've got ski pants over my regular pants, over thermals. Up top, I'm wearing 4 layers right now. And on my head, I've got a hat that's over top of a balaclava. That's what we have to wear just to still be out here and feel cold on top of what we're doing. And if you think what I'm doing looks tough or dangerous, and I saw people in our chat last night who were very concerned for my well-being, and I thank you for being so, but I promise we don't push ourselves further than we feel we need to get the story here at Status Code. We do value our own personal safety, but everything I'm doing, John's doing behind the camera, walking backwards, and he's constantly got one of his hands gripping our cold metal tripod, and he already had a brush with frostbite.
Bro, shut up. Enough talking. More interviews, less talk. Yeah, we use this guy because that guy is supposed to be interviewing people, and instead he's rambling on about his fucking scarves and hand warmers and shit. Usually he does interview. Why didn't I switch to BG? I wasn't in the room. I was saying hello to my husband. Relax. I'm back.
They've been staying in downtown Minneapolis in places like the Canopy by Hilton. Yeah, that's right. What do we know? We don't tolerate it when you house ICE. We don't want them here. We want them to get out. Get out. Get out. That's right. No ICE in our hotels. No ICE is welcome. And it's working. It's working. Do you want proof that it's working? Because it is. All right. I'll tell you a little story. I used to work, I'll say. I currently work somewhere else, but I used to work in the Town Square building in St. Paul. The Town Square building in St. Paul has a little DoubleTree Inn right next to it. And the Mille Lacs Band of Ojibwe owns that DoubleTree Inn. Over the weekend, they got kicked out because we said no. All the ICE agents got a letter that said, you are no longer welcome here. ICE is no longer welcome in any of these hotels, and people know that.
Oh, yeah?
We want everybody to know you are not welcome here, ICE. Get out. Hey, ICE. Get out. Hey, ICE. Get out.
Hang on, guys. I'm gonna clip that real quick. Let me clip that.
Means that PSL Twin Cities, some other organizations like Get Out. Hey, ICE. Get out. Hey, ICE. Get out. All right, I want to call your attention to some actions that PSL Twin Cities, some other organizations like Sunrise Twin Cities, let's give a shout out for them. Twin Cities DSA. We've been working together to get ICE out of here. They've been staying in downtown Minneapolis in places like the Canopy by Hilton. Yeah, that's right. What do we know? We don't tolerate it when you house ICE. We don't want them here. We want them to get out. Get out. Get out. That's right. No ICE in our hotels. No ICE is welcome. And it's working. It's working. Do you want proof that it's working? Because it is. All right. I'll tell you a little story. I used to work, I'll say. I currently work somewhere else, but I used to work in the Town Square building in St. Paul. The Town Square building in St. Paul has a little DoubleTree Inn right next to it. And the Mille Lacs band of Ojibwe owns that DoubleTree Inn. Over the weekend, they got kicked out because we said no. All the ICE agents got a letter that said, you are no longer welcome here. ICE is no longer welcome in any of these hotels, and people know that. We want everybody to know you are not welcome here, ICE. Get out. Hey, ICE. Get out. Hey, ICE. Get out. Hey, ICE. Get out. Hey, ICE. Get out. All right, let's give it up for ourselves. We're going to keep marching.
Okay, I got the clip. Thank you.
Be proud of yourselves, though, because
I didn't
we
clip it all,
created
but whatever. I actually was not recording the clip I thought I was, but whatever. We're just going to continue. I'll get it later. I'll get it later. Let's see. Status 2 News interviewing. Oh, it's interviewing the shark. It's interviewing the shark.
So, got to target the vulnerable again.
Hang on. Let's rewind it and get the full interview with the shark.
To here and there, business with
Full interview with the shark.
and with you and Pink Shark here, since I had promised that just a minute ago. Pink Shark talking to another photographer here. Excuse me, Pink Shark.
Got to get the Pink Shark.
My name's JT. I'm a reporter. Do you mind if I interview you for a moment?
I can't speak that well.
Can't speak that well. Okay.
It's hard to hear in here.
Hard to hear in there. Okay. That's understandable, but do you mind if we try for a few questions?
Go for it.
Okay. I wanted to first ask about the costume. Why did you want to come to this demonstration dressed as a pink shark?
I think the situation is absurd, so I felt it natural to respond with my own absurdity. I think absurdism is a natural foil to fascism because it can't be wrapped into a fascist narrative. And it just makes people smile. That's me.
In what ways do you feel the situation is absurd?
I mean, people being taken out of their homes who've lived here for decades.
Yeah, I'm just going to remind everyone that's like, excuse me, Andrew Tate is right about capitalism. Andrew Tate doesn't know how the left defines capitalism. You don't know how the left defines capitalism. No one saying capitalism is the problem actually knows how the left defines capitalism. So maybe you want to start with how the left defines capitalism, because I promise you, Andrew Tate has no fucking problem with private property ownership. And so if Andrew Tate's saying capitalism, he is not using the same definition as the left. So that is where you idiots need to begin, by actually understanding what you're talking about.
A restaurant in my hometown, like an hour away from here, had to close down because they're afraid.
Okay, again, for people who have not caught on to what we do on this channel, badass. On this channel, we watch the left. We listen to the left. We understand how the left is organizing. We understand what their strategies are. We understand what they believe. We understand what their goals are. If you don't want to watch the left, then don't be on this channel. It is really that simple, bro, because I promise you, you're going to be fucking miserable if every single time you go, this is fake news propaganda. It's actually not fake news, by the way. They are doing on-the-ground coverage. You not liking it is not the same thing as it being fake news. You cannot fake videos of protests. You cannot fake interviews with people. This is what they believe. If you don't understand what they believe, that is a you problem. That is not an us problem. And if you're going to be on this channel, then you need to get used to watching the left, because that is like literally what we do here. Welcome.
To go to work. I mean, that's absurd. A woman being killed in her car is absurd. So,
I mean, another point of absurdity here, I'd say, is also just how some of this is being covered.
That is a great point, Patriot Independence. That is a great point, because I hear from conservative, bye. Bye, you just got permanently banned on the channel. Bye, go away, bye. Maybe that was to that guy, though. Maybe I should unban Daphne. I'm going to unban her. I might have misunderstood that. I'm open to being wrong in that case. Anyway, this is actually a really great point. Where are the right-wing streamers doing stuff like this? I mean, now there are right-wing streamers out there. I'm going to say that. Like, there's BC Preacher out there. BG on the Scene is out there. IRT, for better or worse, is out there somewhere in the vicinity. So it's not as though there aren't right-wingers, but they're not interviewing people in the crowd. Like, right-wingers aren't interviewing and talking to people and getting their perspectives. So this is why we watch them. I want to understand the lefty perspective, and thus we watch leftist media because we have to. They're the only people covering this. Andre, thank you so much for the super chat. We all know ICE won't stop for 3 years, even if they sleep on army bases. The big communism problem is in the schools. HKD Hermit needs a wake-up call. Well, I mean, yeah, a lot of people need a wake-up call. I do appreciate the super chat. Oh, so they can't have basic conversations with people? You know I've interviewed communists, right? I've interviewed communists on multiple occasions. I have interviewed communists. You know why right-wingers won't talk to them? Because they're lazy and they're weak and they're fucking cowards. I have interviewed communists on more than one occasion, and yes, they have talked. Stop, like, the excuses. Again, it's like the fucking excuses. We can't do this because it's hard. Yeah, life is hard, conservatives. Grow the fuck up.
In the media, or rather maybe what's not being covered in the press is, and maybe there are some issues that you want to raise here, but one that I want to bring up is the fact that the issues like the Epstein files have now, it seems, fully disappeared from the headlines, and it's all centered on Minnesota. I'm curious if, as part of that absurdity, it is as brutal as the crackdown is here. Do you?
Tim Pool literally used to do this. He literally used to do this. Now, can we please watch so we can, you know what? Actually, let's just go to live. Let's just go to live. Let's just see what's happening. They're rallying or something. Let's go back to live.
Well, my name is Hawak Osman, obviously. I'm a teacher at Hennepin Schools.
Teacher!
I'm a teacher at Hennepin Schools, K through 8. So I'm here to talk because my people, your people, everybody's people are being attacked for no reason.
No reason.
The orange creature, as I call him, our president has decided that Minnesotans are criminal. Well, guess what? He's the criminal. He's the biggest criminal ever. And I urge my Somali community to come out and protest. Let their voices heard. We need to stand up to that bully, that thug, and that child molester.
Wow.
And I'm telling him right now, we are not going to stop until this is over. What do we want? What do we want? When do we want it? Now. When do we want? Now. When do we want it? Now. My students cannot come to school.
Yes,
cannot
they
come
can.
and get an education because they're afraid their parents are going to be taken. I have to literally.
Can you guys all shame this retard in the chat while we permanently ban him in the channel for not being smart enough to be here? Does everyone want to work out their feelings on this epic retard in the chat? Please feel free to do so. Go ahead.
It's only for one person, the orange creature.
Okay, you just got permanently banned from my channel for not being smart enough to be here. Bye.
Thank you.
Strike, strike, strike!
Strike, strike, strike!
It is our duty, it is our right!
It is our duty, it is our right!
Strike, strike, strike!
Strike, strike, strike!
It is our duty, it is our right!
It is our duty, it is our right!
Strike, strike, strike!
Strike, strike, strike!
It is our duty, it is our right!
It is our duty,
I don't think so.
Strike, strike, strike!
I don't think that's what he was saying.
It is our duty, it is our right!
It is our duty, it is our right!
Okay, I'm going to hand it off to Helen to close us out. Thank you so much, y'all.
Hi, everyone. Thanks again so much for being out here in the cold today. We're all here because we understand the only way to get what we deserve and what we need is to take away our labor as the working class.
Did he say that? Did
and
he
to
say
demand
that?
that
Oh,
ICE
get him.
leave our state. Yes, so we're calling for a statewide shutdown on January 23rd.
You did? Okay. Okay, I will unban him. Relax.
So we have volunteer outreach happening every day, different shifts at University
Not
Baptist
that
Church
badass
leading
guy,
up
though.
to the
That badass guy
23rd.
was
Are you going to make
banned.
it out there?
Craig, you're back, bro. Craig, you're back on the channel. You are unbanned. My apologies for misunderstanding, bro.
Baptist Church at 6 p.m. every day. Are you going to be there? Yeah! All right, let's make the statewide shutdown on the 23rd big. Let's make it huge. Let's make it known
Craig
that we
is
demand
back.
ICE out.
Yeah, you guys saved him. Well done. Way to watch out
This
for
is
each
where
other.
our march ends tonight, folks. But a big shout out to the marshals tonight for keeping us safe. And we'll see you all on the 23rd, 2 p.m. at Commons Park. Thanks, everyone. ICE out!
All right, is that it? What are they doing now? What's going to happen now?
Show you the crowd and demonstration starts to break apart here in these last moments. Every time someone says something.
All right, let me go back to status quo, and we'll go to them
feel
live
like all
to see what they're
officers
talking about.
here to talk to about their plans for the coming week, some of the organizing that they're doing here on the ground, and their
Hopefully he gets
preparations
some
that they are making
interviews.
for that general strike that is coming up here at the end of the week on the 23rd.
Got
So
Marcado
bear with me
up.
for just a moment while I find one of those organizers.
We're waiting for status quo to do some interviews. I got BG on the scene up above me. I imagine Marcado's going to pussy out at any moment and leave, so I'm not even really paying attention to what he's doing.
Sweet, what's your name, man?
I'm Doug.
Doug? JT. Status quo. My cameraman's right down here, if you don't mind.
Hey, how many people do you think you can get out to a conservative protest? Have you ever gone to a conservative meeting in your town? Have you ever gone to a conservative rally? Have you ever gone to a conservative event? You think 150 to 200 people is bad? Bro, you guys, I once went to a conservative conference at a Trump hotel. At Trump Doral in Miami. I once went to a conservative conference there, and at the conservative conference at Trump Doral, they couldn't get more than 200 people. So congratulations, you guys suck.
Deliver, a message of, one, ICE, get out of the Twin Cities, and two, no troops here on the ground in Minnesota.
Yeah, it was exhilarating. I think that the people have been more and more, the labor unions started the call, but the people are organically ready to stop work, stop school, stop shopping, to shut this city down, to shut this state down, because our families, our neighbors, our friends are all getting either kidnapped, hurt, or in some other way affected by this crisis. And I think the troops being deployed here was an added layer of just repression, but also needless provocation by the Trump administration. So I think everybody realizes that this is an attack on
I'm
the
sorry.
people.
I'm sorry. This is like the third or fourth retard thing you've said in my chat lately, and you're one strike away from being permanently banned. You're going to get timed out for right now. You say one more retard thing in my chat, and I'm just going to boot you. Sorry.
Well of support, even though that it was labor unions who started the call, that it is just rank and file, everyday people who are coming out and responding to that call for a general strike. I'll say that it is something that in our reporting here on the ground in the Twin Cities, but before that in Charlotte, in Chicago, in all of these cities that we have been reporting from, that have been victimized by the Trump administration, by these immigration crackdowns, where these paramilitary forces are going into their neighborhoods and tearing people apart. We had heard calls for, I want to be a part of a general strike, of some kind of economic action. Sure. So when you heard finally that it seemed like unions and other organizations were going to take a leadership role and actually start calling for something official, what was, just on a personal level, what was your personal reaction to that news?
I think it's incredible. It's heartening, because I'm a union member. I work for the state of Minnesota. And, seeing that unions recognizing that their members are under attack, and that the communities that their members live within and reside in are also under attack. I think it's extremely heartening, and I'm grateful that the unions began the call, and I think that the people rise.
I'm going to make sure I'm clipping it this time. He works for the state of Minnesota. That was the guy leading the protest.
I'm when you heard finally that it seemed like unions and other organizations were going to take a leadership role and actually start calling for something official. What was, just on a personal level, what was your personal reaction to that news?
I think it's incredible. It's heartening because I'm a union member. I work for the state of Minnesota, and seeing that unions recognizing that their members are under attack. And that the communities that their members live within and reside in are also under attack. I think it's extremely heartening, and I'm grateful that the unions began the call. And I think that the people rising up also makes me really grateful. So I'm full of love and full of energy right now.
That's just great. That's just great. The guy that was leading the protest, that was chanting about how successful they were at kicking people out of hotels, he literally works for the fucking state of Minnesota. That's just fucking great. But remember, guys, the conservative retards think they're winning.
I think now a couple of weeks, or at least more than a week, since that call for the general strike was first initiated, and the date was picked on the calendar of the 23rd for this action to commence. It seems like we've got some very cold weather in store for that day that might, temper what can be done on an actual action level out in the streets, where you're talking about a high of -10. But what are your hopes for the day? What do you want to see from your fellow Minnesotans?
Yeah, I mean, all of us can participate in whatever way we can for the strike. So I encourage you to reach out to your communities, to get connected to a rapid response network or to an organization. If you're not, a member of a union, obviously, if you're a member of a union, then you should consult with them and see what guidance that they have. But even if you're a business owner or somebody that operates, that works, there's a way that you can participate in the strike. Yeah, come talk to us. You can follow us at PSL Twin Cities. But we are here to support the strike, and we're here to fight.
Something as monumental as a general strike takes a lot of organizing work. What, if any, work is PSL doing in the lead up to the general strike to try and help with that organizing?
Yeah, I mean, we are supporting the labor movement. Many of us are in labor. And also, we are doing a lot of outreach with businesses. You can check out our Instagram page. We have been talking with many, many businesses across the Twin Cities. Then you should consult with them.
I got to clip it again. I'm sorry.
For that day that might, temper what can be done on an actual action level out in the streets, where you're talking about a high of -10. But what are your hopes for the day? What do you want to see from your fellow Minnesotans?
Yeah, I mean, all of us can participate in whatever way we can for the strike. So I encourage you to reach out to your communities, to get connected to a rapid response network or to an organization. If you're not, a member of a union, obviously, if you're a member of a union, then you should consult with them and see what guidance that they have. But even if you're a business owner or somebody that operates, that works, there's a way that you can participate in the strike. So yeah, come talk to us. You can follow us at PSL Twin Cities. But we are here to support the strike, and we're here to fight.
Something as monumental as a general strike takes a lot of organizing work. What, if any, work is PSL doing in the lead up to the general strike to try and help with that organizing?
Yeah, I mean, we are supporting the labor movement. Many of us are in labor. And also, we are doing a lot of outreach with businesses. You can check out our Instagram page. We have been talking with many, many businesses across the Twin Cities to, talk through what a general strike looks like. Talk through how to shut down, what shutting down looks like, and also publicize the fact that so many of these businesses are shutting down because their bottom line is already getting cut. And, a lot of these businesses have faced many financial issues, logistical issues, operational issues because of the ICE operation. For some, it might seem like it's a big expense to shut down for a day, but at the same time, the bigger expense is ICE being in our cities and terrorizing us.
Is one day enough? Is that enough to send a message? Is that enough?
Hang on. We got a super chat as I was trying to make a clip. Old subsailor, I know protests and shutdowns are meant to send a message and disrupt, but if they shut down the entire state, who are they really hurting beyond their own state? They don't care if they hurt the state. They want the state to be abolished. I don't think that some of you have really wrapped your head around what we're talking about here. In order to overthrow the government, they need for society to descend into chaos. Okay? They are trying to overthrow the government. The populace will not allow the overthrow of the government if everything is fine and things are pretty much going okay. You only overthrow an existing system when things get really, 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 really bad and a lot of people have a lot of pain. That's what we're talking about. They don't give a flying fuck if they hurt their state. They don't want the state to exist. They don't believe in borders. Thanks for the super chat. I appreciate it.
To accomplish what you would hope to accomplish with a general strike?
One day is a start. I think we need to show the world that this is possible in America. America, the United States, we're seeing an upsurge of activity when it comes to fighting back against this Trump administration. They're trying everything. They're trying to cut our SNAP benefits. They're trying to go to war with all these different countries. They're bombing Trump has bombed the most countries out of any president ever. And they're trying all these things, but we're still rising up. And I think that Minneapolis is going to be the spark for a larger movement. And I hope that people listening from other places around the country and around the world start to
They don't care if they hurt people. They are trying to cause people pain. People don't call for revolution unless they're in pain. They want to cause pain. They want to cause destabilization. They want to cause destruction. They want to cause chaos. The destruction, the chaos is a feature. It is not a bug.
realize that, if you're an American, you can fight back.
We're now exactly 1 year into the Trump administration.
Right.
And at least for myself, it really put into perspective the 3 years that still lie ahead when you're talking about this is the spark or this is the start. I mean, are you thinking already about longer term organizing, about, what might need to be done if the Trump administration continues to escalate the terror that it's inflicting on cities like Minneapolis?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the fight is going to continue. I think we need to steamroll these general strikes across the country. And I think we also need to realize that, we have to get organized. We have to get connected with each other before, things start to escalate even more. Trump is trying to normalize these troops on the streets.
They complain about this all the time, you absolute retards. They literally talk about this all the time. You guys don't listen to the left, so you don't know this. They complain about Obama all the time. Literally shut the fuck up and listen.
Of our streets is normal. So we need to get connected to each other, build some trust in our communities, and fight back.
I want you to put yourself back in the shoes of when you were serving. Sure. If you had been asked to deploy to an American city,
he's a veteran
what
too.
Would have been going through your mind?
Yeah, I mean, I think
I'm not watching
as someone who is
Temple
trained to, maneuver troops on the battlefields to destroy enemies and things like that. If I were deployed, the first question is, who is the enemy? What is the situation? What does the friendly forces situation look like? What does the enemy forces situation looks like? What does the terrain look like? I can't think of a scenario where the enemy is not the U.S. people. And as a soldier, you don't want the U.S. people to be your enemy. That doesn't make any sense. And I think a lot of soldiers are going to be soldiers, Marines, airmen, whatever. Sailors, etc. They're going to be questioning this because the logic of the military is
there.
Fighting the enemy. And what other enemy is there?
Well done. Can we also give a round of W's in the chat for Alicia, who has hunted down this guy's identity, and we now know who this fucker is? Well done, Alicia. Well done. W's all around. Effectual Insurrection over on Rumble says, Dr. K really gets upset when people don't know how serious it is to have violent revolutionary anarcho-communists and socialists this embedded in government education. We have to take it seriously, for fuck's sake. Use 2 ears and learn. Thank you, Dr. K. Yeah, I really do get frustrated when conservatives come in here and they think they know everything and they just want to own the libs in my chat and they don't actually know what the fuck they're talking about. I really do get upset and very frustrated, mostly because it happens every single effing day. Thank you, guys. Let's keep watching.
Got to be the U.S., and that doesn't make any sense. And we shouldn't be fighting ourselves. We should be defying illegal orders. We should be rising up, and we should be fighting back.
The Trump administration has proven, I mean, even if, some of these soldiers were to, defy illegal orders, I mean, the Trump administration has already shown zero tolerance for that kind of rhetoric, going after Democrats for doing something as simple as just stating what is, military policy in defying illegal orders, but also now weaponizing the Justice Department against some of the local leaders here in Minnesota. First, Mayor Jacob Fry, Governor Tim Walz, and Attorney General Keith Ellison are all reportedly going to be subpoenaed as part of investigations by the Trump administration. When you hear that, one, do you think that kind of action is warranted? Have they done enough to warrant some sort of federal investigation? Like, have they done enough in your mind to resist the Trump administration to the point that the Trump administration even should be looking to launch investigations into their political enemies?
I don't think Keith Ellison, Jacob Fry, Tim Walz, I don't think they've done anything to warrant like an arrest. I don't think it makes any sense. It sounds to me like what the Trump administration did to President Maduro in Venezuela. It's very fabricated. It's a lot of manufactured consent. And I do think that, there's nothing to lose for these Democrats that are in power to take a stronger stance in fighting against the Trump administration and telling soldiers, federal soldiers even, that, we should be protecting the people of Minnesota. We shouldn't be fighting them.
Doug, I want to end just by talking about putting things into perspective a little bit and on a national level, because I think it can be so easy to get hyper focused on the latest incidents of violence that's being carried out here in the streets of the Twin Cities, right? But to zoom out and put it into perspective, something that I haven't really heard covered in the national news of late is the topic of the Epstein files. Okay. Do you feel like the violence that's being carried out here in the Twin Cities is in any way a distraction by the Trump administration? I get that it's crass to maybe say that the violence that your city is facing is even implying that it is a distraction. I'm just curious, as somebody who lives here, do you see it that way?
Certainly not. I do think that the Epstein files is definitely, I'm not an investigator. I haven't read a ton about it, but I can say that it's definitely probably a huge component of what Trump's calculus is right now. But I do think as well, I don't want to discount the power of the people. Obviously, I'm biased, but I think Minneapolis rising up, the state of Minnesota rising up to fight ICE. I think Trump, may or may not have a vendetta against this state. And I think that it's very convenient that he's here and that he's fighting here, the people of the state of Minnesota. And I do think that, while the Epstein files are, probably a huge component of what Trump is thinking about when he's attacking us, I don't think it's a distraction. Yeah.
So I want to end here by bringing it back to the organizing that you're doing.
Sure.
You're doing this organizing in response to a federal government that has functionally limitless resources, billions of dollars that they have thrown at ICE and the Department of Homeland Security. How much organizing capacity do you have or resolve do you have within yourself personally? Does PSL have? Do your partner organizations have? Do you feel like you have the fortitude to go the distance here over perhaps another 3 years of the Trump administration, if not more time, depending on how the president wants to handle elections going forward? Do you feel like you have the resolve and the wherewithal to meet that?
Yo, we just got another super chat from Effectual Insurrection. Thank you, Alicia. Great job. We got to track down these fools, expose and shame them. find anything illegal and demanding action. This guy should lose his retirement and pot be called black to activate duty. Listen, guys, listen. Can I be real with you guys for a second? Like we're several hours into the stream. There's several hundred of you watching. Can we just be real here? Can I tell you guys my plans for this year? Can I tell you guys my plans? One of my top priorities this year is that I want this community to collect communist scalps. And what I mean by that is non-violent scalps. We are scalping people non-violently. No one is going to be physically injured. No one is going to die. Okay. I need to be very clear about that because I'm on YouTube. What I mean when I say scalps is we need to make communists afraid of losing their fucking jobs. One of my proudest accomplishments of my entire professional career is last year, I got a communist college professor at Texas State University fired for saying he was going to overthrow the government and for being a communist. After I got him fired, thousands of communists mobilized against me. This is a real story for people who don't know. I was dealing for months with thousands of communists organized against me. They were doing presentations crying about me. There was a whole campaign started about me. This guy was carted around the country complaining about me and whining about me. They sued Texas State University twice to try to get this guy reinstated. And in the end, guess what? I won. And the communists lost. And he lost his tenure at Texas State University. And that was the first time since the McCarthy era that a professor lost his tenure at a university for being a communist. It is one of my proudest moments in my career. I have done something that literally has not been done since the McCarthy era. I got one of the biggest, most impossible to get scalps that you can non-violently get. We are going to be collecting communist jobs on this channel. I want to make communists afraid, not Texas A&M, who's Texas State. I want to make communists afraid of losing their jobs again. I want them to be so fucking afraid of losing their jobs because we're going to get communists fired for the bullshit that they do in their taxpayer-funded positions. I want to make them afraid to publicly admit that they are communists, just like they were afraid to in the McCarthy era. I am the modern day McCarthy. There's no one else doing this shit but me. And you guys can come along for the ride and we will collect as many commie jobs as possible. That's my goal anyway. Yeah, make McCarlinism great again. Make McCarlinism great again. Nah, bro, that's not going to work. Not going to work. You should be asking questions instead of giving answers. That's not going to work for many reasons. They won't let me use Super Chat. I'm so sorry, Dorfus. I can't do anything about that right now, but I appreciate the Super Chat. Thank you.
Limitless funnel of money and violence out of the federal government.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like I have faith in the people of this country, but also of my city, of Minneapolis, that, you know, we won't stand for this. And we're going to show the world, we're going to show the rest of the United States that we have the power to fight back because, you know, our labor is the power that makes.
Literally, Tom Alter is still touring the country whining about me. Literally, he just did a presentation in Chicago a couple weeks ago whining about me. So literally, Tom Alter is still on the anti-me crusade. I've already won, though. I've already moved on to other communists because I already got Tom Alter's scalp. And so Tom Alter can keep whining about me for years. I don't really care. But I won, Tommy Boy lost, you know, whatever, no big deal. That is a great idea. That I like that idea better than the McCarlinism shirt.
This country run, the economy wouldn't function if we stopped working. And therefore, you know, the party is here to help build that movement. We're here to gas people up. We're here to motivate. We're here to agitate, but we're not the people. The people are the ones who have the power.
Doug, I've made it so you were the last one standing here in the square. So thank you for your patience and being here with us. I appreciate the time, and I'll let you get going.
All right, appreciate it. He prays at the altar of me. Exactly.
Okay. And this is normally where I would pivot to go into ask somebody else to interview, but they've all dissipated. They've all gone home, and I think it's understandable because it's 3 degrees out here.
All right. So it looks like our coverage might be done for the night because apparently everyone wants to go home. Tolkien fan, Karlyn, that was the best battle speech to rile up the troops I've ever heard. Well, hopefully I can do a little bit better than that tomorrow and hopefully the day after that. All right, guys. All right. Well, I think that's going to wrap up our coverage. All the live streamers have gone offline. I'm kind of assuming that things are probably going to be pretty light at the immigration facility tonight. But of course, if anything changes, I will be monitoring the situation. And if anything does start to happen, I will come back online. Now, let's talk about tomorrow. Tomorrow, right now, I am planning on doing my regular stream at 5 p.m., which for people who don't know, I stream Monday through Friday at 5 p.m. Eastern time, basically regardless of what's going on. We study the left on this channel. We stream leftist content. We break it down. We talk about it, all that stuff. However, tomorrow we have a very special event. I may start the stream a little early too. I have to kind of play it by ear and see what's going on and see what's happening. Obviously, if there's anything live, we'll cover that. Tomorrow at around 6:30 p.m., we will be entering into a supporter exclusive spy stream. And this is going to be a very special spy stream because we are watching not one, but 2 back-to-back leftist organizing calls. You are getting a double feature spy stream. 2 different calls, 2 different organizations, back to back. Spy stream is when we go inside a live leftist training and we talk about it. Not talk about it. We go inside and we watch the training. We infiltrate their live trainings. We record them when they don't know that they're being recorded. And occasionally we go viral putting clips on the internet. And occasionally some of the clips we put on the internet get people fired from their jobs. That communist college professor I talked about earlier, he got fired from his job because I secretly recorded him presenting at a revolutionary socialism conference and he didn't know he was being recorded. Too bad, so sad, Tommy boy. I do this shit all the time. Spy stream is when you literally get to be a fly on the wall of a leftist training. You get to see what they are saying live before it gets reported in the news media, before any clips go viral on social media. It is one of the best benefits of being a supporter of my work. So in order to join us for Spy Stream, there are several different places that you could be a supporter. One is on my Substack, Karlyn, Karlyn.substack.com. If you are a monthly or annual member on my Substack, you will get an email tomorrow and I will post over on the Substack the link to the Spy Stream. So you have to be a member there in order to get that on Substack. You could also be a Rumble member, which gets access to my Locals community. Locals members can get access to it as well. You can be a Patreon supporter. You can be a subscriber on Twitter. And most importantly, for the platform we're on now, you can be a YouTube channel member. So if you have been one of the very lucky people that's been gifted a YouTube channel membership lately, and you're like, I wonder what I can do with this membership. Well, here's what you need to do. Tomorrow before 6:30 p.m., you need to check the post tab on the YouTube channel. So let me show you specifically where you're going to find it because not everyone knows how to do this. On my YouTube channel homepage, you will find the post tab. Click on the post tab and tomorrow, just like you're seeing, this is our last spy stream that we did. Tomorrow, I will be posting the secret unlisted link to join us for Spy Stream in the post tab. Okay, so you got to keep an eye out there. I will be streaming before this, so there will be an opportunity for a reminder and stuff like that. But that is where you find the Spy Stream information on YouTube. On Rumble, if you're a Rumble channel member, apparently you guys can just log into my Locals if you don't, if the Rumble member stream doesn't work tomorrow like I'm planning. So just keep in mind, Rumble, I'm going to try to do like a premium stream tomorrow for you guys, which hopefully that will work. But if it doesn't work, you can just log into my Locals with your Rumble membership and you will get access to Spy Stream through there. So we got everyone covered. Everyone will be able to come. Spy Stream is going to last for several hours tomorrow. I don't know exactly how long, but we are watching 2 back-to-back calls that are both anti-ICE or no, actually, one of them is more of a general organizing call, but it will heavily slant anti-ICE. One is going to be specifically relevant to stuff we watched today, and that's all I'm going to say about it. On Thursday, we also have a Spy Stream. So there will be another one on Thursday. That one will start around 7:30 p.m. in Eastern time, and I will be streaming before that one as well. On Friday, we are going to be planning on doing heavy protest coverage on Friday because Friday is the big day where everyone is going on strike. There should be a lot of protesting that day. I'm very, very curious about what is going to happen on Friday. All right. A lot of leftists feel very confident that this is going to be a big event. Some people think it might actually be like a a milestone event for them. So they're feeling very optimistic about Friday. And I'll be honest, we don't often hear the left speaking that optimistically. We just don't hear them do it. And so if the left is speaking optimistically about something, I'm highly, highly suspicious that it could actually be a problem. But if it gets really cold and if there's snow, maybe it won't be that much of a problem. We're just going to have to see. You never quite know how these things are going to play out. And so we will see. Is this a general strike attempt? Well, kind of. They're doing a general strike for one day. So it's not a true general strike. A true general strike would be kind of indefinite striking. But what they're going to try to do on Friday is basically a show of force. They're going to try to show that they have the power to shut down the economy. That is the goal for Friday. So we'll see if it happens. And I will try to bring you guys the very best protest coverage on the internet. Thank you to everyone who joined me today. I appreciate everyone who signed up for the channel or got gifted a channel membership or gave a super chat. And that is all she wrote for right now. But I will be back tomorrow, guys, and we will have ourselves some fun for Spy Stream, and we'll do a regular stream too. All right, guys, take care. We'll see you soon.
How are you feeling? How long have you been here? 3 months, May 17th. And what brought you? That's difficult to answer. eventually resulted in your being here in the hospital.
That's difficult to answer.